Bonsoir à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. While you sleep, I would advise you to turn your mobile phone or tablet so that the light doesn't disturb you while you sleep, and the lesson will start right now. And in this first lesson, I thought it would be, or it might be useful to start with the pronunciation of the vowels. Okay, and after that, of course, consonant will come, but it will be in the next lesson. Okay, so let's see now for the vowels, how it goes. So the first one is A. Okay, A. So not really difficult to pronounce for most of you. Second one is Repeat. Okay, remember that on this vowel we can put some accents, okay, and then it will affect the way you will pronounce the okay, but if it's like that without any accent and you need to spell it or to pronounce the letter, it's okay, Next one is E, then O. Okay, so don't be afraid to put your mouth really round. O, okay, so it's quite deep. O, okay, then U. So this U can be tricky. So from my experience of teaching, I've been noticing that, well, in most of the cases, for American people, it can be quite tricky at the beginning. So you really need to insist on that. It's U. Okay, Spanish speaking persons can have some difficulties as well for that. Okay, so don't be afraid to pronounce. So really it's not oo, because in most of the cases that's the mistake people tend to make. They pronounce it like oo. Okay, now in that case it's really oo. So really narrow sound. Okay, so don't be afraid to insist on that. And the last one is well, it's Y. So if you need to spell it, then you say Y. Okay, when you pronounce it, it's like E. Okay, but the name of the letter is Y. Okay, so if we check them again one more time, this one is A, then comes I, O, U. Remember, U, and the last one Y for the name, okay, but then the pronunciation is E, alright? And in this lesson, we'll discover the pronunciation of the consonants, so les consonnes. Are you ready? So let's start now. Okay, so les consonnes, B. Okay, so this one shouldn't be that difficult to produce. B. Then comes C. Okay, C, D, F, G. Okay, so if we want to repeat them one more time, B, C, D, F, G. Okay, let's see the others. H, J, K, L, M. Okay, one more time. H, J, K, L, M. Okay, and then of course it continues. N, P, Q, R. So it's quite important because people tend to think that French people are making this like that, really deep and really, well, it will hurt your throat if you try to insist too much on that. And if you listen to me, well, basically it's not that strong. R, R. Okay, so it's quite soft. R, R. The next one is S, S. Okay, so let's see them one more time. N, P, Q, R, S. And the last consonant are T, T, V, V, W, W. Okay, so we've got this double, and then V, W. Okay, X, X, and the last one, Z, Z. Okay, so remember to pronounce this D at the end. Z, Z. Okay, so let's see them one more time. T, V, W, X, Z. Discover les accents, so the accents. And normally when we talk about the accents, we tend to insist on the accents which are on the top of the letter E, okay, because they will change the pronunciation of the letter. When you put the accents on the top of O, I, or A, well, nowadays we don't really pronounce the differences, but then E is still affected by that, so you should really first remember the name of the accent, okay, and it's normally like that, okay, and then the sound that you will have to pronounce or to produce when you see it on the top of the okay, because so without any accent, this letter, if you remember, we saw that previously, is pronounced okay, but then when you put this one, so this one is called accent aigu, okay, it goes like that, in that direction, okay, and you will pronounce the letter like A, okay, listen to the difference, without the accent, with the accent, A, okay, without and with A, alright. Second accent that we can work on, it's a little bit the same, but it goes in the other direction. So if you look, it goes like that, okay, and then it's called accent grave, okay, and the sound that you will have to produce is eh. So it's really open. I mean, the sound is really open, and normally your mouth should be opened a little bit more than with the accent aigu as well. Okay, so it goes like eh. All right, don't be afraid to insist a little bit on the pronunciation. Okay, first, and then you can make it shorter after, of course. Eh, eh. All right. So let's compare them. The first one is A, and then the second one is eh. All right. The good news is that the next one, so accent circonflexe, is pronounced like accent grave. Okay, so it's the same pronunciation here, okay, and it's the open one, okay, eh, okay, eh, all right, so you can see that it's just like a little hat that you get to put on the top of okay, so let's see one more time the differences. This one, A, okay, and then these two accents, like here, eh, open, eh, okay. The last one, tréma, well, basically it's quite rare, and the tricky thing is that in some cases you will have to pronounce it like eh, okay, like for instance Noël, okay, but then in some cases as well it can be pronounced like eh, okay. So my advice would be try to remember the word and they are really rare, so don't be afraid about that. Okay, so but that let's focus on the three main accents here. Okay, the first one, accent aigu, remember, et, accent grave, est, and the last one, accent circonflexe, est. So we'll focus on les caractères spéciaux, so the special characters that maybe you will have to use if you want to, well, spell your name, or then if you want to give a web address or something like that. So because normally they can be quite useful, and at the really beginning, so it's quite useful to spend a little time on them. Okay, so let's start now. Les caractères spéciaux, the first one. Okay, if you look at it, it's here. Okay, and we called it tiret. Okay, tiret. All right, let's see the second one. Same thing, but it's, you know, the low one, so we call it tiret bas. Tiret bas. Okay, so remember the first one located in the middle is tiret, and the other one here is tiret bas. Okay, let's see the other one. So officially we called it arrobase, arrobase. Okay, but then, well, let's be honest, we can hear many French people or French-speaking people using this at. Okay, but then the French were, of course, at. All right, but officially it should be arrobase. Okay, so don't be surprised if someone is using that, or then you can use it as well, because that's the way it should be. It should be used. So arrobase. Okay, here, so the dot. Okay, because it's not always easy to spot here. We call it point. Okay, point. All right. So one more time. Tiret, tiret bas, arrobase, point. Okay, and then it continues a little bit. So if you want to indicate that you've got, well, a double letter, okay, you can say, so in that case it's p. Okay, so you say deux. Okay, deux, it's two in French. Deux. Okay, p, deux p. Okay, if it would be another letter, then you would say deux, and then the name of the letter, of course. Then this one here is called apostrophe. Okay, apostrophe, apostrophe. Okay, and the last one for this lesson, here you can see that in some cases, so we'll see that a bit later, I mean the reason why, but still you can have this little thing beneath the C. Okay, and that's what we call cédille. Cédille. Okay, cédille. Yeah. Cédille. Okay, and we'll discover a quite important thing, because it's a verb, and it's the verb être. Okay, être means to be. Okay, so as in many languages, the to be is quite useful, just for well, simple reason, you tend to use it quite often, and then we can use it to construct some composed tenses that we'll see a bit later. Okay, so let's see how it goes at the present form. Le verbe être first is je suis. Je suis. Okay, je, it's the pronom personnel, so it's I. Okay, suis, I am. Okay, je suis. All right. Then second person, tu es. Okay, so remember, être is really tricky, especially when it comes to pronunciations. Okay, so first one, suis, as you've been noticing, you don't pronounce the final S. Okay, and for tu, then you've got this combination of letters. Okay, but then basically the sound you will pronounce or you will produce is est. Okay, tu es. All right. Je suis, tu es. Okay, so let's see the next one. So you get this il. Okay, so it's a capital letter, but then it's I and then L. Okay, il, so it's he, okay, masculine form, and then elle, she, so feminine form, okay, and this is the verb. So il est, or then elle est. So you can notice that even if we write them differently, this e like that and e like that, we pronounce them the same way. And that's usually the difficult thing, you know, with the French language. What you write and what you pronounce can be quite different. Okay, so remember, je suis, tu es, il est, elle est. Okay, so let's see how the next one comes. Here it's nous, nous, okay. Sorry about that. Oops. Nous sommes, okay. Nous sommes, okay. So you don't pronounce the final S here. It doesn't exist. Sommes. Nous sommes, okay. Then the next one is coming. Vous êtes. Same thing here. Notice that final S is not pronounced. Et. Okay? And then in French we tend to have this liaison. So liaison, it's like a link, okay, that we can make between the words. So in that case, vous is ending with S, and then you tend to make a little link between them. So vous êtes, z, it goes like that. Vous êtes, okay? Vous êtes, vous êtes. All right, so let's see one more time. Je suis, tu es, il est, elle est, nous sommes, vous êtes. Okay, and let's see the last one. Il. Okay, so you can notice that even if you've got this S at the end, and then here you don't have anything, well, you pronounce them the same way, okay? Il, singular form, il, plural form, okay? Ils sont, final T not pronounced, ils sont, elles sont, okay? Ils sont, elles sont. So let's see it again. Je suis, tu es, il est, elle est, nous sommes, vous êtes, ils sont, elles sont. All right? One more thing to notice, because it's quite important. This vous form, okay, can be used for the plural, of course, and then it's the polite form that we use if you meet someone for the first time. Let's say it's someone that you are connected to professionally, or it's, well, someone important, or then, well, in that case, or then you don't know this person, you should use definitely this vous, okay, for the first time. It's the polite form. After that, you can decide whether you want to use this tu form, okay, which is normally quite common in French, but then first remember that vous is better, okay. Let's see a few examples now. Okay, first, I've been writing this question. So, quelle est votre nationalité? Okay, so here to show you that it's here. Quelle means what, est is, votre, your. So it's according to this vous. Okay, so the polite form of your, and then nationalité, nationality. Okay, so let's repeat the question. Quelle est votre nationalité? All right. And in French, we tend to raise the voice at the end when we've got this little point d'interrogation. If it's a question, don't be afraid to go like whoop, and raise a little bit at the end. Okay. So, quelle est votre nationalité? Okay. Quelle est votre nationalité? So if you want to present or to say where you're from, okay? So we're using this être for that, you know. Je suis, okay, so you get here it already. And then you put this français, français, okay? It's French. Je suis français. Je suis français. Okay? Then Another example. Quel est votre nom de famille? Famille, family, nom, name. So nom de famille, family name, last name if you want. Okay. Quel, it's still what. Okay. In that case, it's written like that. So we will see that in a coming lesson, but just to inform you, that's the masculine form, just because nom is masculine, and here you've got the feminine form because nationalité is feminine. Okay. But then we pronounce them the same way. So, quel est, what is, votre, your, nom de famille, so family name or last name. Okay, it's a question. Quel est votre nom de famille? Okay, so it's not the opera or something that you want to sing. Okay, so just raise a little bit your voice at the end of the question. Okay, so the answer, c'est le François. So it's interesting because you can see that we've got this c'est here, and it doesn't show in the examples that we saw previously, or for the conjugation, just because it's ce. Well, basically you could translate it like it is, or this is, or yeah, it is. Okay, c'est le François. Okay, and the last one, quelle est sa profession? Okay, quelle est sa profession? What is, so être, hein, same. Sa, so it's her. Profession, profession. Okay. Elle est directrice. Elle est directrice. Okay, so she's a director, and then it's the feminine form here. All right. So the last lesson was introduction of le verbe être, okay, and I thought it would be more logical to continue with le verbe avoir. So avoir means to have, okay, and for the same reason as to be, okay, it's really useful and really used, so you should definitely know this verb avoir by heart if you want to master French language, okay. So let's see that, the verb avoir, okay. And so we'll see the different forms. So the first one is j'ai. Okay, j'ai. All right. So if you remember correctly, we had this je, personal pronoun, and then when it comes near another vowel like a, for instance, then it tends to disappear. Okay, so just to avoid pronouncing this je ai, because we think that in French it doesn't sound that beautiful, so we tend to take this away, okay, so that you get this sound j'ai, j'ai. Okay, so j apostrophe ai. Remember, when you combine this ai, you get the e sound. Okay, second one, tu as. Okay, as usual in French, final S is not pronounced. Tu as. Tu as. Okay, first one. J'ai. Tu as. Then comes il. So masculine form, he. Okay, il, he. Elle, she. Okay, and then a. So as you can notice, second form as is pronounced a, and this is a. Same pronunciation in both cases. Okay? Then nous avons. Final S not pronounced. Avons. Okay? And then we tend to make this little link, as I said previously in the lesson, for être, you make this link between the two, so nous avons, okay, nous avons, that's it. Next one, same thing, the little liaison, little link between the two, okay, vous avez, all right, and the last one, So same thing, if you can see, you get this final S and final S here, okay, and then you will have to make the little link between the two. Ils ont, ils ont, ils ont, okay, and then feminine form, elles ont, elles ont. All right, let's see the whole thing one more time. J'ai, tu as, il a, elle a, nous avons, vous avez, ils ont, elles ont. Okay, so let's see now, just to make it more clear. Remember, so I in French is je, you it's tu, he, il, she, elle, we, nous, you. So as in English, first use for the plural, a group of person, okay, and then second use the polite form for you, one person, okay, vous, il, elle. One last time, je, tu, il, elle, nous, vous, il, elle. Discover le verbe aller. So the verb aller, aller means to go, so it's really useful because, well, we tend to use it like that, so for the main to go reason quite often, and we use it as also, like in many languages, for what we call the futur proche, so the near future. I am going to, and then you put a verb at the infinitive. So it is quite used, especially in the oral language. We tend to maybe use it a little bit more than the real future. Okay, so let's see how you conjugate this aller verbe. The first form is je vais. Okay, so remember, final S not pronounced here. Je vais. Okay, when you combine this A, I, you get the sound E, really open. Okay, je vais. D'accord? Tu vas. Final S doesn't exist. Tu vas. Tu vas. Okay, then we've got this il, so remember, il, it's for the masculine form, so he, okay, and then elle, she, okay, and then you get the va form. Basically, you pronounce it like for the tu, because you don't pronounce the final S, okay, il va, elle va, okay, je vais, tu vas, il va, elle va. Then nous, so we, plural form, nous allons, okay, and if you, so final S not pronounced, and then if you are purist, and I'm sure you are, you want to make this beautiful and little liaison, so this little link between the words, so it does mean that you will have to pronounce this z sound, okay, listen to me, nous allons, nous allons. Okay, nous allons. That's it. Same thing here. We'll have this little link between the two. Vous allez. Vous allez. And the last one. So remember, here you've got this S just to make the difference between the singular and the plural, because when you put the plural form, normally you tend to add S at the end of the words. Okay, like here. But then you don't pronounce it. So ils vont, final T not pronounced. Ils vont, and then feminine form, elles vont. All right, let's see everything again. Je vais, tu vas, il va, elle va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont, elles vont. All right, and then just few examples just to show you how useful this aller verb can be, because we tend to use this aller verb when you want to ask if someone is doing fine, okay? So the first question, how do you do, in French is comment, so how, comment, allez-vous? And then same thing here, little link between the two. Comment allez-vous? Comment allez-vous? All right, so I've been putting this vous form here for the first example, just to show you that if you meet someone for the first time, then it's better to use this vous. So here, the vous form, so because it's the polite form. Okay, comment allez-vous? Okay, it's a question, so raise a little bit your voice at the end, like comment allez-vous? Okay, you see, comment allez-vous? All right, so answer when you want to say I'm doing fine. Okay, je vais bien, and then you say merci, thank you. Je vais bien, merci. So now, if you know the person, okay, you get two options. I mean, normally that's the most used one. The first one would be comment vas-tu? Okay, so in that case you just switch and you change this you, so polite form, and you change it with this tu form, comment vas-tu? Okay, well, answer can be the same, you know, je vais bien, merci. Okay, and the other one, comment ça va? Okay, it would be like impersonal form. Okay, so you're not really addressing directly to the person. How is it going? Could be translated. It could be translated like that in English. Okay, comment ça va? Okay, you raise a little bit at the end. Comment ça va? And then same thing. You can answer with ça va, merci. Okay, so let's read them. Comment allez-vous? Je vais bien, merci. Comment vas-tu? Je vais bien, merci. Comment ça va? Ça va, merci. We will discover le verbe s'appeler. So previously we've been seeing three verbs. So the first one was être, to be, yeah, and then after that it was avoir, to have, and then in the last or previous lesson it was aller, to go. And I thought it would be useful to introduce this s'appeler verb, because normally that's the verb you tend to use at the right beginning when you want to introduce yourself, because if you say my name is, well, in French we will use this s'appeler verb. Okay, it is always tricky and a big challenge for a French teacher to introduce this s'appeler verb at the real beginning, because it belongs to this group of verbs that we call verb pronominaux. So you'll see why, because if you compare it to the others, something is coming there. Okay, so if you remember, when we conjugate a verb, first we put the pronom personnel, so the personal pronoun here. So je is like I. Okay, and then so basically the verb appeler, appeler means to call. Okay, so without this s, okay, appeler is to call. Okay, and then when you had this s here, and then if you transform it like in this form, I call, and this is a pronoun, it's like me, so it's like I call myself, I call me. So it's just the way we've got in French to introduce ourselves. Okay, so it's je m'appelle. Okay, je m'appelle. All right, second form, tu t'appelles. Okay, remember, final S not pronounced. Tu t'appelles. Okay, then il s'appelle. Il s'appelle. Elle s'appelle. Elle s'appelle. And then the funny thing for nous or vous, you'll see that, well, basically we repeat it, or repeat, it's just a pronoun. So we call ourselves, if you want, okay, but then we put the pronouns before the verb. Okay, nous appelons. And then little link would be Perfect. So let's pronounce the whole thing again. Nous nous appelons. Nous nous appelons. Okay, final S doesn't exist. Nous nous appelons. Okay. Then, vous vous appelez. Vous vous appelez. Okay, so you can hear, we put the little link again here. Vous vous appelez. Alright. And the last one. Il s'appelle. Elle s'appelle. Okay, so one thing that you should remember, and probably you did here. Okay, so here for nous and vous, so we've got only one L, like here in the infinitive form. So that's the reason why I've been pronouncing appelons. Okay, and then appeler. Alright, but for je, so if you can spot it here, look, we've got double L here, double L, and then for the plural form double L. So when you get this vowel and then you get a double consonant, and well, they are the same, then it does change the pronunciation of you tend to pronounce it like really open. That's the reason why you pronounce it appel, okay? Appel, and appel. Alright, so as I said, that's the tricky thing with French language. I mean, you write them like here without S, here with S, and here with E and T, you pronounce them the same way. Je m'appelle, tu t'appelles, il, elle s'appelle, il, elle s'appelle. Okay? Alright. And now a few examples. Comment vous vous appelez? Okay, so comment vous vous appelez? So when you want to know the name of someone, you know. Comment vous vous appelez? Answer. Je m'appelle Vincent. Et vous? Okay, so I am Vincent. I call myself Vincent if you want. Vincent. Et vous? And you? Okay, so you want to know the name of the person who is asking this question. Okay. The other possibility that you would have, you know. So first you've been starting with comment and then vous vous appelez. Okay, so that's the, well, a common way of asking the question. All right. Other possibility would be to start with vous vous appelez. Okay, so technically you just take the verb and then you put this comment, how, at the end. Okay, it would be possible as well. Okay, remember to raise your voice. Vous vous appelez comment? All right. And the last one is the more correct form. Okay, so first you should start with comment, how, and then, as in many languages, you should, well, change a little bit the order of the structure of the sentence. Okay, vous appelez-vous. Okay, that's the real correct way to ask the name of someone, you know. Comment vous appelez-vous? All right, and then you raise your voice. Comment vous appelez-vous? All right, so let's repeat them. Comment vous vous appelez? Vous vous appelez comment? Comment vous appelez-vous? All right, we'll discover in this lesson pour se présenter. So if you want to present yourself, okay, so it will be a really short lesson, but still quite useful. Because, well, technically you will have to present yourself at one point when you speak with French people or French-speaking people. Okay, so let's discover how it goes. The first one, well, tend to use this appeler verb. Okay, je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. Okay, je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. So you use this s'appeler verb. So I did introduce this verb in the previous lesson, so it was leçon H. Okay, so if you didn't see this lesson, I definitely invite you to watch it, because I tend to explain the reason why, you know, I've got this, well, there is this je m'appelle form. Okay, so je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. So that's the first possibility you will have. The other possibility is to use this être, so to be verb. Je suis, I am, je suis Vincent Lefrançois. Okay, so the first one, je m'appelle, so basically s'appeler or je m'appelle, you could translate it directly, but well, it's not really interesting, but still, you know, I call myself. Okay, so that's the verb we tend to use when we introduce ourselves. Je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. Okay, and then the second one, I am, je suis Vincent Lefrançois. And the last option we will have is mon nom, my name, mon nom is Vincent Lefrançois. Okay, first option, je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. Second, je suis Vincent Lefrançois. Last one, mon nom est Vincent Lefrançois. Of course, the first one is the most used. Okay, even if the verb is a bit tricky at the beginning, definitely you should work on it, and you should, well, master this s'appeler verb, because that's the one we will use when we introduce ourselves. Okay, we'll discover les articles définis, so definite articles. In English it would be the, okay, but in French, of course, as usual, we've got the difference between the masculine form, the feminine form, and the plural form. Okay, and we start with the masculine form, so we've got le, okay, and then in some cases this vowel if it's close to other vowels, so if there is a word after that starting with a vowel, in some cases it will have to disappear. Okay, so you will get this L apostrophe, so that's the reason I've been writing it here. Okay, but then the main form is le. Okay, then la, feminine form, la, same, for the same reason, you know, you will have this option L apostrophe as well. And then the plural form is les. Okay, so whereas in English you get only, there is only this the form, in French we will have the difference between the masculine form le, the feminine form la, and then the plural form les. So of course, according to the word, you will have to choose the correct article. So we'll take a few examples here. The first one is chien. Chien is a dog. And in French, chien, like that, it's masculine, so le chien. So basically, you just put the article le and then chien. Okay. In that case, second case, ordinateur. Well, you can see that it starts with the vowel o. Okay. And as I said, you know, and o, they don't get along that well. So you get to take this away, and then you get this l'ordinateur. L'ordinateur. All right. And third example, so I took on purpose this hôtel, okay, because it starts with H, but remember that in French we don't pronounce H, okay, so basically the first sound of the word is the vowel O, okay, so for the same reason, needs to disappear. L'hôtel, okay, so if we repeat them, le chien, l'ordinateur, and then l'hôtel. Okay, feminine form, la famille. Okay, so no problem. So family, la famille. Okay, then we've got argent, money, argent. Same for the same reason. So l'argent. Okay, you get to take this out of the way. L'argent. And same thing as previously when what we saw for the masculine part. Even if you've got this H, then the first sound you hear is A. Okay, so for the same reason you will have to take this A away, and then you get this l'habitation. L'habitation. Okay, and then I've been taking, well, basically the example from here, chien. Okay, and then I put S at the end. And it's the mark of the plural, okay? So you put les chiens, the dogs, okay? Les chiens. And then you take famille, family, okay? You just add this final S, and you get the plural form, les familles, okay? Remember, chien, singular form, chien, same pronunciation, but you put this S, okay? Final S not pronounced. Famille, singular form. Famille, plural form, same pronunciation. S, not pronounced. Okay? We'll discover les articles indéfinis. So, indefinite articles. So, in English, there is only one, and it's or un. Okay? And in French, we've got always the difference between the masculine form, the feminine form, and the plural form, as we saw in the previous lesson. Remember, for the definite articles, okay, it was the same, okay, and in this lesson, so article indéfini, well, it's the same. We'll start with the masculine form, and the masculine form goes like that. So when you put these two letters together, it can be quite tricky to pronounce at the beginning. Of course, after that, you will master it without any problem and without any doubt, but you've got to pronounce it like un. So it's what we call the nasal, so it goes in your nose, okay? Un. So if you listen to me, you don't hear any N, okay? So it's just a combination of the two. Un, un, un. Alright? Okay, so that's the masculine form. Then the feminine article is here, and it's easier because if you have this U-N-E, then you pronounce it une, une. Okay, masculine, un, feminine form, une, une. Okay, and then the plural form, des. All right, here S, you pronounce it like e. Okay, un, une, des. All right, let's see a few examples now. Okay, here ami means friend. Okay, un ami, and then we tend to make this little link between the two. Un ami, un ami. Okay, soleil, sun, un soleil, un soleil. Livre, book, un livre, un livre. Voiture, car, féminine, une voiture, une voiture. École, school, feminine form as well, une école, une école. Décision, une décision, une décision. Don't ask me to translate this décision. Come on, please. Ami, so I've been taking this now. Look, ami here, so we've got the masculine form and it's the singular. Remember, if you want to put the plural form, then you just add this final S here. Okay, but then technically you pronounce it the same way. So singular form ami, plural form you add this S, but it's ami as well. Okay, in that case you get des, so here des, okay, here, and then there is this little liaison. Remember, it's been introduced in a previous lesson. You put this little link between the word, des amis, des amis. Okay, I've been taking voiture here, voiture, a car. Okay, just add this S at the end and then you get the plural form, des voitures. Okay, and then I've been taking back this livre, same thing, you just add S at the end, des livres. Okay, let's repeat them one more time. Un, une, des. Un ami, un soleil, un livre, une voiture, une école, une décision, des amis, des voitures, des livres. Discover together l'article interrogatif. So it's really useful, and we'll see that now. So l'article interrogatif, here you've got the masculine form, and it's quel. Quel means what. Okay, so that's what you'll use when you want to ask a question with what. Okay, and you've got a good example here. So quel est votre nom de famille? What is votre, your, so the polite form of your. Nom de famille, family name, last name, okay? Quel est votre nom de famille? What is your last name? Second example, quel est votre prénom? Prénom is first name. What is votre, the polite form for your? Quel est votre prénom? What is your first name? Okay, so you can see now, more in detail, that nom, prénom are masculine words. And that's the reason why, in that case, you get to choose the article here according to the gender of the word it is connected to. Quel, masculine form, because nom is masculine. Quel, masculine form, because prénom is masculine. Okay, let's see now the feminine. And the good news is that, as usual in French, we write the thing differently, but then we can pronounce them the same way. And then the feminine form is written like that, Q-U-E-L-L-E, but it's pronounced like the masculine form. Quel at the masculine, quel at the feminine. Okay, so it's basically same pronunciation. Okay, and then here we've got two examples. So for the same reason as previously, we had this nom and then prénom. They were masculine words, so you will have to put this quel form at the masculine. And then here, nationalité and adresse, so nationality, address, are feminine words. So it does mean that you will have to use this article interrogatif, quel, at the feminine form. Quelle est, what is, votre, your, nationalité. What is your nationality? Quelle est votre nationalité? Okay. Quelle est votre adresse? What is your address? Okay. So, let's repeat them. Quel est votre nom de famille? Quel est votre prénom? Quelle est votre nationalité? Quelle est votre adresse? Okay. So, remember one thing for the phonetics, okay, the way to pronounce them. Quel, masculine form here, will be pronounced exactly as the feminine form here. Quel. So only one sound, okay? And then the second thing that you've got to remember, of course, you can, well, basically accord these articles with the word they are connected to. So it does mean that if the word is at the plural form, then you will have to put the plural form. The rule in French, if you remember correctly from the previous lessons we've been doing, is to put this final S at the end of the words to put the plural. Okay, so quel here for the masculine singular will become quel here, masculine plural. Okay, quel here, feminine singular, will become quelle with the S, feminine plural. And the good news is that you will pronounce them the same way. Alright, so quel, 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 and quel. Okay, remember that in some cases, of course, you will have to make this little liaison, you know, this little link between the words. So if the word or the verb or whatever is coming after is starting with the vowel, of course you will have to put this little link. But then if you pronounce it, or if you pronounce them just like that, quel, 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 quel. Okay? We're going to discover together les jours et les mois. So, the days and the month. Okay? Les jours et les mois. So let's see that together. And so we'll start with les jours de la semaine. Okay, semaine is week. Les jours, so you can see that it's the plural form. Huh? The days, huh? Les jours of de la semaine. Les jours de la semaine, the days of the week. Okay, so we'll start with the first one. And in France, the week starts with lundi, Monday, lundi, lundi. Okay, remember, UN is pronounced like un, lundi, lundi, lundi. Then mardi, mardi. So you can hear that you don't pronounce it that strongly, this R. Mardi, mardi, okay? You don't need to go too deep like mardi, no, no, no. You don't move your tongue, so it doesn't sound like mardi, no. It's really soft, mardi, mardi, mardi. Okay, the next one is mercredi, mercredi, Wednesday, mercredi, mercredi. Okay, next one, jeudi, jeudi. Remember when you combine this u, you get the sound jeudi, jeudi. So I insist a little bit, so make it softer. Jeudi, jeudi. Then en, nasal, and it's en. So remember, vendredi, 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 vendredi. Okay, then samedi, samedi. Don't insist on the samedi, samedi. All right, and the last one, dimanche, dimanche. You get the sh, and then en, dimanche. Okay, let's see them one more time. Lundi, mardi, mercredi, jeudi, vendredi, samedi, dimanche. Normally, in France, we tend to use this le weekend. So if we're talking about the weekend, okay, but then pronounce it the French way, weekend. Le weekend, okay. But then in other French-speaking countries, they tend to use this la fin de semaine, okay. But then in most of the cases, if you talk with French people, it will be le weekend, le weekend. If you want to talk about les mois de l'année, okay, année, year, mois, month, okay, les mois de l'année. So we'll see now the first one. The first one, January, so it looks, well, it looks a bit the same, no? No, wow, no. But anyway, janvier, so that's the way to pronounce it. Janvier, A-N, en, okay, and then ye, janvier. Then comes février, février. Okay, remember when you have this accent aigu on the top of then you pronounce it e. Okay, there is a lesson regarding this topic, so don't be afraid. And if you're not sure about that, well, try to practice it. Février, février. Okay, then mars. Okay, so in a way it's an exception because normally final S is not pronounced in French. Okay, we've got some exceptions and this one is one of them. So mars, pronounce the final S, mars, mars. Okay, then avril, avril, avril. Nothing really tricky about this month, I mean, for the pronunciation. Avril. Okay, here be careful because people tend to try to pronounce it the English way. In French, remember when you combine this a and then e vowels, you get the sound e. So really open e, okay, and then you pronounce it me. Okay, so don't pronounce e. Don't try to pronounce it. No, it's me. So it's not my, it's me. Okay. And then here, well, it's a bit tricky, but still, en goes like un, okay, and then you get juin, okay. Let's see them one more time. Janvier, février, mars, avril, mai, juin. Okay. Second round. Hop. Juillet. Okay, you get this double L here. Juillet. Juillet. Don't pronounce this final T, E-T here at the end. E. Juillet. Juillet. So it's July. And then here, two options because, well, two options are acceptable in French. The first one, you don't pronounce the final T. Ou. Second one, you pronounce it août. Alright, so remember, first option, don't pronounce it. Ou, ou, ou. Second option, you pronounce it. Août, août, août. Okay? Then, well, it's quite simple normally for English-speaking persons, or then it's quite close to other languages as well. So, septembre, septembre, septembre. Remember this EM en septembre. Br, br. You don't insist on the final septembre, septembre. Then, same thing here. Don't insist on the final octobre, octobre, octobre. Novembre, novembre, novembre. Okay, EM en novembre, novembre. And the last one, décembre, décembre, décembre. Same thing, EM en décembre. Okay, so let's repeat them. Juillet, remember this, juillet. Août, first option. Août, second option. Septembre, octobre, novembre, décembre. Okay? The little gift. L'hiver, l'hiver, and it means winter. So I've been putting this M here just to tell you that it's masculine. L'hiver, le printemps, spring, l'été, l'été, summer. So I forgot to put it, but here I should put M because it's masculine. L'été, l'automne, l'automne. And same thing here, it should be M, automne, masculine. L'automne. Okay, so let's repeat it. L'hiver, le printemps, l'été, l'automne. And then, the last thing for this lesson, if you want to introduce the dates, okay, so if you want to tell what day it is today, so aujourd'hui means today. Aujourd'hui, today. Nous sommes, so we use the verb to be, okay, we are, nous sommes, le 8 juin 2012. Okay, so forget for the 2012, don't be afraid. We'll see that a bit later for the numbers. Okay, aujourd'hui, today, nous sommes, we are, le, you put the article, definite article, okay, and then you put the date here. Okay, you start with the number, the month, and then the year. Okay, or then, second option, aujourd'hui, so it doesn't change, it's here, today, c'est, it is, this is, and then you put the date, le 8 juin 2012. Okay? Le masculin et le féminin. So let's see how we will modify some words that are masculine into a feminine form here. Because, for instance, we're talking about, well, whether professions or occupations. Here, student, assistant, actor, dancer, baker, and then computer scientist. It looks quite nice in English. Informaticien is nice, but still in English. Computer scientist, it's really interesting. Okay, so the rule in French is to add a at the end of a word to put the feminine form. Okay, so for instance here we've got étudiant, and then we've got assistant here. Okay, you just take it back here, étudiant, and then you will add this a at the end without modifying the first part. Okay, so it will of course change a little bit the pronunciation, because you will pronounce it at the masculine form. Il est étudiant. Okay, A-N-T, étudiant. Okay, but then for the feminine form, elle est étudiante. Okay, t, t, t. Okay, you don't really insist on the but you insist quite much on the T. Elle est étudiante. Il est assistant. So don't pronounce the final T here. But for the feminine form, elle est assistante. Okay? Étudiant, étudiante. Assistant, assistante. Alright? Then we've got now the tricky ones. Il est acteur. Okay, so it's one of the irregular ones. EUR here, acteur, and it will become RIS. So EUR is becoming RIS. Elle est actrice. So acteur is becoming actrice. Okay, and then we've got a second group with this EUR combination. Il est danseur. EUR is becoming euse. Danseuse. Okay, danseur masculine, danseuse feminine form. Il est danseur. Elle est danseuse. Okay, then we've got this group like boulanger, boulanger, ER. So if you add this final E at the end, then you will have to put this accent here, accent grave. Remember, when you've got this E plus this accent grave, you pronounce it like really open sound. Okay, so boulanger, boulanger, and then feminine form, boulangère, boulangère. Same thing, don't insist too much on the final E, boulangère. Okay, il est boulanger, elle est boulangère. Alright? And the last group is IEN, informaticien, yin. So that's the way to pronounce this IEN, yin. Okay? Informaticien. Alright? And then, if you look carefully, then here, okay, you will have to double the N and then add this final E. Okay? And you get the sound informaticienne. Sienne. Remember E and then double N, or then it could be double L or double consonant here. You open your E, so it's E. Informaticienne. Okay, so I tend to insist a little bit. Okay, don't worry, I will pronounce it a bit more normally after. Il est informaticien. Elle est informaticienne. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Il est étudiant. Elle est étudiante. Il est assistant. Elle est assistante. Il est acteur. Elle est actrice. Il est danseur. Elle est danseuse. Il est boulanger. Elle est boulangère. Il est informaticien. Elle est informaticienne. We'll work on the vowels, les voyelles, in this lesson, and then we'll see how they behave when we combine them with another letter. So the vowels that we will work on, we won't take this Y vowel on purpose, okay? So we'll focus only on A, E, I, O, U. Okay, so remember, one more time. A, E, I, O, U. Okay, remember this U is usually can be quite tricky for English-speaking persons, especially the difference between the U and the U. Okay, but we'll see that a bit later. So if you combine this vowel A with the vowel I, okay, you will get the sound E. So really open E. Okay, and then if you combine it with the vowel U, then you will get the sound O. O. All right, so, well, exactly the same sound as this O vowel here. So it's the same O, okay? And then if you combine it with the letter N, in that case, you will get what we call a nasal, so it goes in your nose, and then you get the sound on, okay? If you listen carefully, well, basically you don't listen, or you don't hear, sorry, any N in my pronunciation. On. Okay, let's see what happens with E. So E combined with the vowel E will give you the sound E. So the same sound as we had previously here. Okay, so it's the same sound, and it's E, so really open. And now if you combine it with the U, you will get the sound E. And if you combine it with N, then you get the sound on. So the same sound as we had when we combine N with A, okay? On. Alright, so let's see now for E. So for E, obviously, if you get two times the same letter, then it will be a bit longer, so E. Okay, same thing for U, it doesn't really happen. And then here, that's the interesting one. If you combine E with N, then you will get the sound okay, in your nose, alright, so let's see O now. If you combine O and E, you will get the sound wa. So repeat it like that, you know, wa. And then after that, only one, wa, okay? Then if you combine it with U, you will get the sound oo. So as I said previously, the difficulty, one of the big difficulty for English speaking persons is this difference between the oo here and the u here. Ooh, u. Okay, so you'll have the time to work on that, but still it's oo in that case. If you combine it with N, then you will get the sound on. Same thing, nasal, so in your nose, on. Alright, let's see the last one. So if you combine U and E, you get the sound oui. Alright, so really U, it's not oo, okay, so it's U, oui. Alright, and then, well, basically it doesn't exist, this UO. And if you combine it with the N, then you get the sound un. So before we had the difference between this un here and this un here, but nowadays in France, at least, you don't make any difference between the two. Okay, so it's un here and un here. All right, so let's see them one more time. A, E, O, en. E, E, en. I, un. O, wa, ou, on, u, ui, un. We'll discover les chiffres in this lesson. I hope you're ready because it's starting right now. Les chiffres. 0, 0. Okay, so remember, you get this z and then e accent aigu, zéro. Okay, then 1. All right, so when you combine this u and n, you get the nasal sound 1. 2. Final X not pronounced, okay? 2. 3. Final S not pronounced. 3. 4. 4. Okay? So remember that even if you get this U vowel here, basically you don't pronounce it, because that's the rule in French. When we get this Q letter and then a vowel after, then we will have to put this U, okay? So you get this Q, U, A, but then the sound that you will pronounce is K, okay? 4. 4. All right? And next, 5. 5. 5. Then be careful here, because even if it's ending with this X, well, you'll have to pronounce it like S, okay? So you get the six pronunciation, six, six, okay? So it's not six, it's six, all right? Then here, remember, P is not pronounced, okay? It doesn't exist, so you get this set sound, set, set. Okay, then here final T is pronounced, so huit, huit. Remember in French this H letter here, okay, doesn't exist phonetically, so we don't really pronounce it, okay? So if you listen carefully, you will only listen or hear these vowels at the beginning of the word, huit, huit, okay? And then neuf, 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 okay? And we'll discover a quite useful thing, because in leçon B, if you remember carefully, I did introduce the numbers till 9, and then we'll continue, so from 10 to 20, okay? De 10 à 20, okay? So let's start now. 10, okay? So remember, final X here is pronounced like S, 10, 10, okay? Then 11, 11, okay? So O plus N give you the sound on, 11, 11, okay? Final E doesn't exist phonetically, 11, okay? 12, 12, O, U, the two together will give you the sound OO, okay? And then Z, 12, 12, all right? Then now if you combine this E and E, you get the sound E, really open, 13, 13, final E, as usual, not pronounced, 13, 13, okay? And here, 14, so remember Q and U, here, well, basically you've got to put this U vowel, because that's the rule in French, even if you don't pronounce it, okay? So you will get the sound K here, K, 14, 14, okay? Same thing here, U doesn't exist, so 15, 15, 15, all right? IN, nasal, so it's 1, 1, 15, 15, okay? Then it continues, of course. Now you get this 16, 16, same thing, final E doesn't exist, 16, E and E together, they give you the sound E, really open, 16, 16, okay? Then it becomes logical now, because if you look carefully, you get this 10, okay, 10, and then 7. So if you remember this, it's here, it's 10, and then 7, 7, okay, so it's clear. But then for the pronunciation, 17, okay, so you don't insist on the S, 17, 17, 17, okay, then 18, so you will make this little link between the two, the liaison, 18, 18, 18, okay, then 19, 19, 19, okay, E-U-E, 9, 9, 9, 19. And the last one, so this G letter is here, but you don't pronounce it, okay, and then final T doesn't exist phonetically either, so basically you will only need to pronounce these 3 letters, so you've got V, V, and then you've got nasal, IN, 1, 20, 20, 20, okay? Hi everyone, bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 2, leçon D. So let's see what we'll discover together in this lesson, and we'll work on les adjectifs possessifs, so really useful. Well, in French, as usual, we will have the difference between masculine form. So for the masculine form, we'll have mon, mon, ton, son, son, notre, notre, votre, votre, leur, leur. Okay, so let's be clear, you know, when we talk about les adjectifs possessifs, in English it will be my, your, his, our, your, their. Okay, but then in French, well, basically we'll have the difference between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural. And then keep in mind, we'll see that a bit later when I will give you some examples, that in French we don't decide whether it's masculine, feminine, or plural according to the subject, like in English, because in English you put whether the masculine or the feminine according to the subject, but we will in French put the masculine according to, or the feminine or the plural, according to the word it is connected to. Okay, so it's quite important to just remember that, because it will be really important for the decision whether you put the masculine or the feminine or the plural form. Okay, so we saw first now here the masculine form. Let's check the feminine form, and it's ma, ta, sa. Okay, so you can see well, of course differences, but then still, you know, it works like m, t, and then t, and s. Okay, so, well, mon, masculine, ma, feminine form, ton, masculine form, ta, feminine form, son, masculine form, sa, feminine form. And then the good news is that notre is the same, votre is the same, and then leur is the same. Okay, so you don't really have a difference between these three persons. You will have to use the same adjective possessive. Okay, so the only difference is there: mon, ton, son, ma, ta, sa. Okay, and now let's see the plural part here. Okay, so for the phonetical or pronunciation aspect of it, then remember that this es here combined will give you the sound e. Okay, so you'll pronounce it like me, me, me. Okay, te. So logical, same pronunciation here. Te, se. All right, so me, te, se. Okay, and then for the plural, no, vos, and then leur. Okay, so remember, even if you've got this final s, you don't pronounce it, as it was the case already for this word. No, you don't pronounce the final s. Vos, you don't pronounce it. Leur. Okay, so if we say that one more time, it's me, te, se, and then no, vos, leur. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. So for the masculine, mon père. Okay, so père means father. Okay, so father is masculine, and so you will put mon père. So you will put here the masculine adjective possessive, my father, just because father is masculine. Okay, so the subject, the person who is actually talking about his father or her father, doesn't really affect the fact that you use the masculine or the feminine here. You put the masculine because father is masculine. Okay, so vélo, bicycle. If you want to say my bicycle, you will say mon vélo. Okay, just because vélo is masculine. Un vélo, and then mon vélo. All right, let's see now a few or two examples for the feminine. Mother. Mother is feminine, and then you will have ma mère. Ma mère, my mother, ma mère. Okay, here you get voiture. Voiture means car, a car. Okay, and it's feminine, so une voiture. Same thing here, you will put the feminine form, ma voiture. Ma voiture. Okay, and let's see now for the plural. So parents, parents, mes parents, okay, because it's the plural form here, okay, so you get the plural form here as well. Mes parents, okay, and then amis, friends, okay, it's the plural form, so it's mes amis, okay, and then let's be purist and make this beautiful liaison between these two words. Mes amis, mes amis, mes amis. All right, so I hope it's clear, because of course, as usual in French, we've got some exceptions, and the exceptions are for the feminine words, like identité, for instance. Identité, so it does mean identity, okay? If you look carefully at this word, you can notice that it is starting with a vowel, so I in that case, okay? And then for aesthetical reasons, we think that ma identité, so the way that normally you should put the feminine form, so ma identité, doesn't sound nice, so for that reason we put the masculine adjective possessive. So remember, with the words, feminine words that start with a vowel like I here, identité, you will have to use les adjectifs possessifs masculins, so the masculine form. So it goes like mon identité, so my identity, mon identité, mon identité. Okay, another example, adresse, so same thing here, adresse is a feminine word, but then it starts with a, okay, same thing, you will have to use adjectif possessif masculin, mon adresse, my address, mon adresse, okay, you can hear now this little link, so you get to pronounce this N, mon adresse, okay, and the last one I took, same thing, opposition, well, basically feminine, but then it starts with the O, mon opposition, you make this link, hein? Mon opposition, so let's repeat it one more time, mon identité, mon adresse, mon opposition. Okay, I hope everything was okay with you. So it was leçon D, okay, so remember to check for the next lesson and the previous lessons there, here, and then you get, of course, more material at the following website, www.imagier.net. Okay, bye-bye. Work on les pronoms toniques. So they're useful, and normally we tend to introduce them quite fast in French because you will have to use them. Les pronoms toniques, so if you remember we saw les pronoms personnels like je, I, tu, you, etc., etc. Okay, but then in that case, when you want to use this pronom tonique, normally you want to insist, okay, and then you want to use this moi form, so moi is me. So that's the main difference between moi, me, and then je, I, because je, normally you will use that to construct a sentence as a subject, okay. Normally this moi is not a subject, so it's not possible to put that right before a verb. It would be a mistake, okay. Moi, so it's me, moi. So remember this OI combination give you the sound wa wa wa, moi, okay. And then you get toi, toi. For the masculine form we get lui, lui, okay, and for the feminine form we've got elle, elle. So you can notice that, well, basically for the masculine it does change because pronom personnel is il, okay, and in that case pronom tonique is lui, all right, but then for the feminine form it's the same, so it's elle, okay. And then good news, same thing for the plural, nous, vous, okay, so they don't change You get nous, and then you get vous as for the pronom personnel. And same thing here for the plural form, third person of the plural. So the masculine form will change, and you get the sound remember, final X not pronounced, and then plural elle, elle. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Moi, toi, lui, elle, nous, vous, eux, elle. Okay, so I did prepare a few examples. So the first one, moi, j'aime le tennis. Okay, so here you can see that you start the sentence with moi, okay, so me, okay, and then you have to put pronom personnel, je, okay, so in that case you take the away because the verb is starting with a vowel, okay, but then j'aime, so this j'aime form, I like, or then I love, okay, le tennis. Moi, j'aime le tennis. So basically if you start with moi here, you want to insist on the fact that you really like or you really love tennis. Okay, let's see the second example. Toi, tu préfères le golf. Okay, préférer, to prefer, obviously. Okay, toi, tu préfères le golf. Toi, tu préfères le golf. Okay, and then here, so we've got here the masculine form, and here we've got the feminine form. So let's see the masculine form first. Lui, il adore le foot. Lui, il adore le foot. Okay, so here, lui, pronom tonique, and then il, pronom personnel, adorer, to adore, le foot. We're talking about football here, okay? Elle déteste, détester means to hate, okay? Le basket, and we're talking about basketball here. Basket, okay? Elle déteste le basket, okay? So even if you see them twice, I mean, you've got this elle, okay? Then remember that in that case, basically you want to insist, really, so you put first pronom tonique. It does look the same as pronom personnel here, but still, you get two different pronouns here. Pronom tonique and then pronom personnel. Elle déteste le basket. Okay? Same thing here. Nous aimons bien la boxe. Okay? So the difference between aimer here, like I love, okay, and aimer bien, normally when you put this bien after aimer, well, it's because you want to insist on the fact that you like, you don't love something, you like it, okay? Nous aimons bien la boxe. All right? Next example. Vous détestez la natation. Vous détestez la natation. Natation is coming from nager, nager to swim, okay? And then natation is the substantive form. Vous détestez la natation. And then the two last examples. So first the masculine here, and then the feminine here. So let's see the masculine form. Eux, so if you remember, it was eux, pronom tonique. Ils préfèrent, so préférer, to prefer, and then you can see that it's here, the plural form. Ils préfèrent la marche. La marche is coming from the verb marcher, marcher to walk, okay? La marche. Eux, ils préfèrent la marche. And then the feminine example. Elles adorent le jogging. Elles adorent le jogging. Okay? Let's read them one more time. Moi, j'aime le tennis. Toi, tu préfères le golf. Lui, il adore le foot. Elle déteste le basket. Nous aimons bien la boxe. Vous détestez le basket. Okay? vous détestez la natation. Eux, ils préfèrent la marche. Elles adorent le jogging. Work on the questions, so les questions, and especially the little words that you will have to use or to put at the beginning of your questions. And the first example that we can see is quand. Quand means when, okay? So let's see two examples. So if you start a question with quand, like in the first example here, quand arrivez-vous, okay? Arriver is to arrive, okay? So vous, second person of the plural, you can use that for a group of person, or then you can use that for one person, and that's the polite way to use. Quand arrivez-vous? And now you can see that we've been changing the order. So normally, of course, the subject is before the verb, okay? But then the correct way to make a question, if you start with this quand, is to change the order. So first you put the verb, then you put this pronom personnel, okay? Quand arrivez-vous? All right? And then the rule is like in French, you get to raise a little bit your voice at the end of a question. Quand arrivez-vous? Quand arrivez-vous? Okay? Make this little link between the two. Quand arrivez-vous? Quand arrivez-vous? All right? And then, well, when we talk, then we normally have this option to drop this rule. So not to use this rule, so just to put the first, the verb, and then the subject after. And we tend to add this est-ce que form here, est-ce que, okay? So, and you'll get this question. So, quand est-ce que vous arrivez? It is exactly the same question, okay? It is quite long if you compare it to the first one. It is more spoken, okay? It is less formal, and that's normally what you'll hear if you talk with French people. Quand est-ce que vous arrivez? Quand est-ce que vous arrivez? Okay, and then here you see that because you've been using this est-ce que form, then you keep the normal order. So first the subject, vous, and then the verb. Okay, quand est-ce que vous arrivez? All right, and then don't be afraid to raise your voice a little bit at the end. Quand est-ce que vous arrivez? Quand est-ce que vous arrivez? You see, so it's not really the opera. You don't need to go really high, you know, but it's just a little bit. Quand est-ce que vous arrivez? That's it. And the next one is où. Où means where. Where. Okay, so quand, when, remember? Où, where. Two examples. Same rule, okay, so the formal or the classic way, if you want to ask a question with où, would be to change the order. So first the verb, then the subject here. Où habitez-vous? Où habitez-vous? Where do you live? Habiter is to live. So you live like if you're talking about the place where you are living, okay? Où habitez-vous? Où habitez-vous? And then same possibility, you just add this est-ce que, and then you keep the normal order of the sentence, so subject and verb. Où est-ce que vous habitez? Où est-ce que vous habitez? All right. Next. Pourquoi? Pourquoi is really useful because it's why. Okay, so remember, quand, when, où, where, pourquoi, why. Same thing here, okay, pourquoi, you should change the order. Okay, so first the verb and then the subject. That's the correct or formal or classic way of asking a question. Pourquoi venez-vous? Venir is to come. So why do you come? Pourquoi venez-vous? Pourquoi venez-vous? All right. Same rule here. If you want to add this est-ce que, then you just keep the classic order like subject and verb. Pourquoi est-ce que vous venez? Pourquoi est-ce que vous venez? Okay. And then comment is how. How. Comment venez-vous? How do you come? Comment venez-vous? Comment venez-vous? Comment est-ce que vous venez? Comment est-ce que vous venez? And then the last one. Combien? How much? How many? So in French we use this combien, how much or how many. Combien de sucre? Sucre means sugar. And then voulez-vous? Okay, vouloir, to want. Okay, so how many sugar do you want? Combien de sucre voulez-vous? Combien de sucre voulez-vous? Combien de sucre voulez-vous? And then same thing here, just add this est-ce que. Combien de sucre est-ce que vous voulez? Combien de sucre est-ce que vous voulez? Alright. Discover together le verbe faire, so the verb to do. Okay, so faire is really useful because we tend to use it quite much in French. Okay, so it's, well, usually quite important to discover this verb at the right beginning. So le verbe faire. Je fais. Je fais. Remember, final S not pronounced. Je fais. Tu fais. Same rule here, final S not pronounced. Tu fais. Il, masculin, and then elle, féminin, fait. Final T not pronounced. Il, elle, fait. So if we take 1 second, actually you can see that here, here, and here, you get the same phonetical form, so the same form that you will pronounce. Okay, so you get je fais, tu fais, il fait, and then elle fait. It's the same. Okay? Then nous. So it's quite strange because French people tend to pronounce faisons. Okay? So like here, this AE is not pronounced like normally we should pronounce it like E, but then like E. Okay? Nous faisons. Nous faisons. Okay? And then this one is a bit tricky, so you will have to remember that. And it's quite funny because many French people tend to make the mistake and tend to say vous faisiez, okay? But then no. It's vous faites. Vous faites. Okay? So remember, final S here is not pronounced, and then this is not pronounced either. So faites, faites. Vous faites. And ils, plural, font, final T not pronounced, font, font, elles font. Okay, so I will repeat the whole thing one more time. Je fais, tu fais, il fait, elle fait, nous faisons, vous faites, ils font, elles font. We'll discover la forme négative. So if you want to say that you are not blah 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 doing something, or so the negative form in French. And so the negative form in French is composed of 2 elements. The first one is ne, and then you get your verb, and right after your verb you will have to put this pas. Okay, so first ne, then the verb, and after that, pas. Okay, we write it PAS, okay, but as usual, final S is not pronounced, so it's pas. Okay, remember one thing, in some cases, we will have verbs starting whether with a vowel, or then with H, plus a vowel, and in French, H is not pronounced, okay, so for these verbs, will have to disappear, and it will be written like that. N. Okay, then will come the verb, and after that, doesn't change, it will be pas. Alright, so let's see a few examples now. So for ne pas, so if you get a sentence like il parle avec moi. So il parle, he is talking, avec, with, moi, me. Okay, remember this moi, we introduced that in this unit, and it was a pronom tonique. Okay, il parle avec moi. So if you want to put the negative form of this sentence, so remember, first part ne, so before the verb, then you put your verb, parle. Basically, you don't change it, just put it there, parle, and after that, you put the second part, pas. Okay, then you get the sentence, il ne parle pas avec moi. And that's it. You've got your negative sentence here. Okay, let's see now how it will go with N apostrophe pas. Okay, so nous allons en France. Okay, so in that case, if you look, you've got the verb aller. Aller means to go. Okay, nous allons, we are going. Okay, en France, to France. Here, first letter is A. Okay, remember the rule. If it's not with a vowel, like here it is the case, you will have to drop and take away this E form. So that's the reason why we've got this N apostrophe like that. N'allons. Nous n'allons. And then you don't really need to think. You just put this pas after the verb, en France. Nous n'allons pas en France. Nous n'allons pas en France. And that's it. Okay, second example here, it's with the verb habiter. Habiter is to live. You know, when you introduce the place where you live. Okay, and then here I took this example or this verb just because, of course, it's starting with H, but as I said, you don't pronounce it. So the first sound you hear here is the vowel, and that's enough just to drop and to take away this E. So you will basically make it like in this example, you will put this N apostrophe. Elle n'habite pas dans cette maison. So elle habite, she lives or she is living, in this house. Elle habite dans cette maison, and then negative form. Elle n'habite pas dans cette maison. This lesson will work on les adjectifs démonstratifs. So les adjectifs démonstratifs, in English it would be this or these, okay? But then as usual in French, we've got the difference between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural, okay? So we'll see that. So for the masculine form, it will be ce, and then it will be cette, okay? So as usual in French, remember, it can be tricky if a letter, an adjective like that, for instance, is ending, or it could be an article, is ending with a, okay? Just because for some words starting with a vowel or with H plus a vowel, then we will have to modify it, okay? And that's the reason why here we've got cette, okay? But then it's still the masculine form, ce, cette. For the feminine it will be cette, so only one, cette. And then for the plural form it will be c'est. Okay, so let's see that again, ce, or then cette, féminin cette. So you can notice that phonetically these two are pronounced the same way, okay? Cette here and then cette here. And for the plural, c'est, c'est. Really open this c'est. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. The first one, so I did take this train. Train is train, okay, so it's masculine. So it starts with T, so no problem. You will put this ce train. Ce train, okay, it would be translated like this train. Ce train. Okay, here you've got ordinateur. So ordinateur, a computer, okay, and it's masculine. Un ordinateur, okay, but if you look carefully, it starts with O, okay, so vowel, and then you will have to take this cette form, so the masculine form, but the one that we'll use with the words that start with vowels, or then H plus voyelle, okay, so cet ordinateur, this computer, cet ordinateur, okay, and then here we've got the word homme, man, okay, but then it starts with H as in French, H is not pronounced, so the first sound that we hear is O. Okay, and then it will follow the same rule. You'll have to use the masculine adjective démonstratif, but this form, cet homme. Cet homme. Alright? Femme, woman, cette femme. This woman. Cette femme. Cette femme. Okay, and then the last one, personne, persons, pluriel, ces personnes. Ces personnes. Okay, so let's repeat them one more time. Ce train, cet ordinateur, cet homme, cette femme, ces personnes. In this lesson, and we'll work on the way to conjugate les verbes réguliers, so the regular verbs of the first group, okay, and then with er, so let's start now. So let's take an example. The example is parler. Parler is to speak or to talk, okay? And then if you have a look at it like that, you can basically divide this verb in two parts. The first part, parle, and then second part, er. So it does mean that this verb, ending with er, is belonging to the first group of verbs. In French, we've got three groups, okay? The two first are regular, and the last one, the third one, is irregular. So this is one verb ending with er. It does mean that it belongs to the first group, and it won't be tricky or so difficult to conjugate. So we'll see together how to conjugate this verb. The first person, like je here, so you will put this parle again, so remember, and after that you just put the ending e. And then the way to pronounce it is je parle. Parle. So remember, we put it, okay, but then we don't really pronounce it. Je parle, okay? Then for tu, you will have to put es, okay? Phonetically, tu parles. So you've got the two first forms, you pronounce them the same way. You write them differently, of course, because you've got here, and then you've got and s, okay? But then phonetically, they are the same. Je parle, tu parles. Okay, so let's see what you'll get for il and elle. And well, as you see, you've got il parle, elle parle. So it's the same form here. So if you really want to only speak and only use orally the language, well, it's quite easy to conjugate these verbs. Je parle, tu parles, il parle, elle parle. Okay, for nous, okay, we'll have, well, let's say the classical ending for nous, and it will be ons. Classical because you will see that with the other groups as well, it's quite common to have this ons for nous, okay? Nous parlons, okay? Remember, final s is not pronounced, okay? And then this on together, they will give you the sound on, okay? Nous parlons, nous parlons. All right, let's see now for vous. Vous parlez. Okay, remember a z, when you combine them together, you get the sound e. Vous parlez. All right, and the last one. So even if you've got this ent, well, don't hate me, but you won't pronounce these letters. Okay, you have to write them for the plural form, but you don't pronounce them. So you get il parle, elle parle. So the good news is that you've got here je parle, tu parles, il, elle parle, and then if you check it here, il, elle parle. So it's the same phonetical pronunciation or phonetical form, sorry. Okay? And then you've got nous parlons and then vous parlez. All right? So here, remember the endings. You will have to write them, okay? Alright, so we'll take another example. Regarder is to watch, okay? So you can see that the verb is ending with er, okay? So you take it, you just take this er away and then you keep this radical form, like we say in French, only this form, okay? So you will get je regarde, tu regardes, il regarde, elle regarde, nous regardons, vous regardez, il regarde, elle regarde. Okay, so one more time here. Regarde, 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 and then regarde. So phonetically, only one form here, and then regardons, regardez. All right? Remember that even if this beautiful verb aller, that we tend to use quite often because it means to go, okay, even if it ends with er, it is not regular at all. In this lesson, we will count together, yeah, so from 20 to 50, de 20 à 50. I hope you're ready because it's starting right now. 20, 21, okay, so remember to make this little link, 21, 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25, 25, 26, 26, so remember it's ending with X, but then we pronounce it S, 26, 27, remember set, it was this P disappear, you don't pronounce it, 27, 28, so here you make the liaison, 28, 28, 29, 29, 29, then here remember this en, 30, 30, 30, okay, don't insist on the it doesn't exist here, 30, 31, 31, 31, 32, 32, 33, 33, remember final S doesn't exist, 33, 34, 34, 34. Remember in French the rule is that if you start with, well, if you get this combination Q, U, A, well, you will pronounce it K, K. Same thing for the other vowels, okay? So because that's the rule, after Q, normally we put U and then another vowel, but then this U, well, basically it's not pronounced, okay? So K, 4, 34, 35, 35, 36, 36, 37, 37, 38, 38, 39, 39, 40. Okay, so same rule as previously, as for 4, okay? 40, 40, okay? 41, 41, 42, 42, 43, 43, 44, 44, 45, 45, 46, 46, 47, 47, 48, 48, 49, 49, 50, 50. Same thing here, okay, remember that you get this QU, but then you don't pronounce the U, and then you get the nasal, un, and then en, 50, 50, okay? We'll discover together le verbe venir. Venir means to come, okay, to come, so it's quite useful, and then you will have to use it quite often in French. So let's see how you conjugate this verb at the present form, okay, because this verb is not regular, just wanted to tell you first, okay. So the first form is je viens. Je viens. Okay, remember this I, viens, viens, and then this nasal, final S not pronounced. Je viens. Tu viens. So it's the same form, okay? Tu viens. Il, elle, vient. Final T not pronounced. Il vient, elle vient. So if we take 1 second just to have a look at the je, tu, il, elle forms, they are phonetically the same. Vient, vient, vient. Okay? You write the S, S, T, but then you pronounce these forms the same way. Okay? For nous, it will be different because nous is here. Nous venons. Okay? O-N-S, classical ending for nous. Okay? Final S not pronounced. So O-N, on, venons. Venons. Nous venons. Nous venons. Okay? And then vous venez. Remember a Z combined like that? Et. Venez. Venez. Vous venez. Okay? And then the last form. So remember here, it's quite interesting because we've got this E vowel here, and then we've got a double N after. Okay, and the rule in French is that when you get this E and a double vowel after, you will have to pronounce this E like E, E. Alright? So, vienne, 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 vienne. Okay? Ils viennent, elles viennent. Ils viennent, elles viennent. Alright? E-N-T, you don't pronounce them. Ils viennent, elles viennent. Alright? So, je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient, nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent, elles viennent. Alright? This lesson will work on vocabulary and then the vocabulary connected to la famille, so the family, la famille. And then we'll start with the grandparents. Les grands-parents. Les grands-parents. Remember, you don't pronounce this final S here. Grands-parents, okay? So, le grand-père, grandfather. Le grand-père. Remember, E accent grave like that. It's this opened père. Le grand-père. Le grand-père. And then the feminine form, grandmother, la grand-mère. La grand-mère. Okay, so les grands-parents, le grand-père, la grand-mère. Okay, so let's see now the parents. Les parents, le père, the father, le père, la mère, the mother, la mère. Okay, so les parents, the parents, le père, la mère. Alright? So till now, I think that it's not really difficult to remember. Okay? Let's see now. Les enfants. Okay? So first, I don't make the liaison. Les enfants, just for you to see that we've got this en, and then we've got this en as well. Same pronunciation here. Enfant. Don't pronounce the T, you don't pronounce the S. Enfant, okay? And now we can focus on the liaison here. So you should make the little link. Les enfants. Les enfants. Okay? Enfants, children. Les enfants, the children. So let's see. It will be the masculine form, so the son, okay? So it's le, and then even if you've got this L, well, basically you don't pronounce it, and then strangely you pronounce the final S. Le fils. Le fils. Le fils. Le fils. and then the feminine form, the daughter, la fille. Yeah. Okay, so this L here and E will give you the sound Y. La fille. La fille. Okay, so make the difference between the masculine form, le fils, and then the feminine form, la fille. Okay, so les enfants, le fils, la fille. Okay, and then the grandchildren, but then in French we use the petit. Petit is like small. Okay, so les petits enfants. Make this liaison here. Petits enfants. Okay, les petits enfants. Les petits enfants. So grandson would be in French petit fils. Okay, so le petit fils. Le petit fils, and then the feminine form, la petite. So I insist because here it's t. Okay, so really you need to make the difference between the masculine form petit and then the feminine form petite. Okay, so la petite fille. La petite fille. So let's repeat them. Les petits enfants, le petit-fils, la petite fille. Okay? And then, when you're talking about your in-law family, well, in French we use this beau and belle, so it's beautiful, okay? So, the beautiful family, you're talking about your in-laws, okay? So, la belle famille. La belle famille. Remember, I-L-L-E-I, la belle famille, okay? So, père, okay, father, so father-in-law, okay, in French it's le beau-père, the beautiful father, le beau-père. So remember this E-A-U combination of vowels only give you the sound O, beau, okay? Le beau-père. Mother-in-law, la belle-mère, la belle-mère, la belle-mère, okay? So let's see them one more time. La belle-famille, le beau-père, la belle-mère, all right? And then brother-in-law, le beau-frère, le beau-frère, le beau-frère. So frère is brother, okay? And then feminine form, here you get sœur, okay? So sister-in-law, la belle, so we put the belle form here because it's the feminine form, sœur, la belle-sœur, la belle-sœur. And in this lesson we'll discover the questions in which you will find qui, que, or then quoi. Okay, so let's discover now qui. Okay, qui means who. Okay, so if you want to ask a question regarding someone, like in these two examples, so the first one, who is he? Qui est-il? Okay, so remember the normal way when we start a question with qui, or then as we saw in the previous lessons, okay, you will have to change the order and to put your subject, il, he, here, after the verb. Qui est-il? And then you make the liaison. Qui est-il? Who is he? Qui est-il? Qui est-il? Or then, let's see a little example here. Qui vient? Vient is venir. Vient is venir, yeah, is to come, sorry. So, qui vient, who is coming, avec toi, with you, ce soir, this evening. Qui vient avec toi ce soir? So, he's coming with you this evening. Qui vient avec toi ce soir? Okay? If you pronounce them normally, remember that you will have to raise your voice a little bit at the end of the question, so let's pronounce them the normal way. Qui est-il? Qui vient avec toi ce soir? Qui vient avec toi ce soir? Okay? Second one is que. So qui, who, que, what. What, okay? And then we'll see two examples here. Que fais-tu? Okay, fais is coming from faire. Faire means to do. Okay, que fais-tu? So what are you doing? What do you do? Okay, que fais-tu? Same thing here. Remember, que. So you start a question with que, then you get to change the order. You get to put the subject after the verb. Okay, que fais-tu? And it's a question. Que fais-tu? Que fais-tu? Okay, and here, que veux-tu? So veux is coming from vouloir, vouloir to want. Que veux-tu? What do you want? Okay, que veux-tu? Regarder, regarder is to watch. À la télévision, well, at the television. Que veux-tu regarder à la télévision? So let's read it normally now. Que veux-tu regarder à la télévision? Que veux-tu regarder à la télévision? Okay, so you can hear that I've been raising a little bit my voice at the end. And then the other option is quoi. So quoi means what as well. So you will tell me, oh, you get two what here, you get que and quoi. Yeah, for a good reason. Look at that. Well, tu fais quoi? So I've been just taking the same question as we had here, this que fais-tu? What do you do? What are you doing? Okay, but then if you're using this quoi, then it does mean that you don't start the question with it. You just put it here, for example, at the end. Okay, tu fais quoi? It is exactly the same meaning as this question, okay, but then you can see that you just keep the normal order of the sentence, subject, verb. Okay, in that case you definitely need to raise your voice at the end. Okay, tu fais quoi? Tu fais quoi? And then I took the same example as we had here. Okay, tu veux regarder quoi à la télévision? Okay, so let's raise the voice at the end to make it clear that it's a question. Tu veux regarder quoi à la télévision? Tu veux regarder quoi à la télévision? Okay, so let's repeat. Qui, who, qui est-il? Qui vient avec toi ce soir? Que, what? But you start the question with it. Que fais-tu? Que veux-tu regarder à la télévision? And then quoi? You don't start the question and it means what? Tu fais quoi? Tu veux regarder quoi à la télévision? In this lesson, we'll just focus on a short thing but quite useful, les présentations. Okay, so the first thing, when you meet someone and you want to know the name of this person, well, that's the common question or the normal question that you will have to use. Comment, so how, vous appelez-vous? Okay, we've been seeing in Unit 1, if my memory is correct, the verb s'appeler, so to call oneself. Okay, when you introduce yourself, you use this s'appeler verb. Okay, so that's the reason why it will look this way. Comment vous appelez-vous? Okay, so comment vous appelez-vous? So what's your name? How are you calling yourself? If you want a direct translation, but it sounds a bit strange in English, but then that's the question. Comment vous appelez-vous? All right. The other possibility that we've got is to keep the normal order. So vous vous appelez, and then we put this comment thing at the end of the question. Okay. So in that case, remember to raise your voice at the end. Vous vous appelez comment? Vous vous appelez comment? Okay. So it is exactly the same question. Okay, it is a bit less formal, this second option, okay, because the first one is the classic option that we've got. We start with how and then we change the order, we put the subject after the verb, okay, but then it is more, I mean, completely correct to ask a question like that. Vous vous appelez comment? Okay, and then the other possibility would be quel est votre nom? What is your, votre nom, name. What is your name? Quel est votre nom? Quel est votre nom? Raise a little bit. Quel est votre nom? Okay, so let's see them one more time. Comment vous appelez-vous? Vous vous appelez comment? quel est votre nom? Alright? In the first example, we've been using this vous form, so the polite form that normally we should use when we meet a person for the first time, okay? But then let's be frank, that if you're young and if you're meeting other young persons, then you can use this tu form, so the less formal way, okay? So the question will look like that. Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Okay? Or then, same option that we've got. Tu t'appelles comment? So you put this comment at the end, okay? Don't forget to raise your voice because it's a beautiful question here. Tu t'appelles comment? Tu t'appelles comment? And then, quel est ton nom? What is your name? Quel est ton nom? Or other options. So I've been putting this option for this tu, okay, you, the less formal one, and not for the vous, because it is quite spoken this way. C'est quoi ton nom? Well, if you want to translate it directly, it's what your name, okay? It looks really, or it sounds really strange in English, but still it's possible in French. It is not formal at all, of course, okay? So don't use that if it's quite important or if the situation is quite formal, okay? C'est quoi ton nom? C'est quoi ton nom? Okay, and then if you want to, well, present yourself, then remember we're using this appeler, s'appeler, okay, to call oneself, okay. Je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. Je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. Okay, I call myself Vincent Lefrançois, all right? But then that's the way we use to present ourselves. Okay. Other option would be to use, not to use this s'appeler to call oneself, but to use to be, which is totally possible. Je suis Vincent Lefrançois. Je suis Vincent Lefrançois. I am, okay. Je suis Vincent Lefrançois. And then, third option, mon nom, my name, okay. Mon nom is, mon nom est Vincent Lefrançois. Mon nom est Vincent Lefrançois. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. Je suis Vincent Lefrançois. Mon nom est Vincent Lefrançois. This lesson will discover la situation de famille. So if you want to say what is your situation, your personal situation, then that's the correct lesson to watch now. Let's start. Je suis célibataire. So I know that many of you will laugh when they will see this beautiful célibataire word. It doesn't have any other indication but the fact that you are single. Okay, so if you want to say that you are single, whether it's the masculine form or the feminine form, it will be like that. Je suis célibataire. I am single. Okay, second option. J'ai un copain. Okay, boyfriend would be copain, okay, and then it's the feminine form here, girlfriend, copine. J'ai, so j'ai, I have, okay, j'ai un copain. I have a boyfriend. J'ai un copain. Féminin, j'ai une copine. I have a girlfriend. J'ai une copine. Okay, so if you're in couple, en couple, je suis, I am, je suis en couple. Je suis en couple. So here you want to indicate that you are living with someone, but then you are not married, okay? Je suis en couple. You can make the liaison here. Je suis en couple, okay? And then fiancé, engaged, all right? And then here you've got the masculine form. I've been putting here the feminine form. All right, so you next lesson, we'll see how to conjugate the verbs ending with er. So not all the er verbs are belonging to the second group, but some of them, and then we'll see how to conjugate them at the present form. Okay, so we'll take an example. The example is finir. So finir means to finish. Okay, and then you can see that it's ending with er. All right, so we'll do it like that. We'll divide it in two, so fin, and then we take away this er ending. All right, and we'll just keep this form here, fin, to construct the present. So you take it and you put it here, and after that you will add this ending. So for je, it will be is. Je finis. Remember, final s is not pronounced. Je finis. Okay? Tu finis. So es as well, like we had for je. So same way to pronounce it as well. You don't pronounce the final s. Tu finis. Il, elle finit. So it, final t not pronounced. Il, elle finit. So je finis, tu finis, il finit. Phonetically, it's exactly the same form for these persons. Okay, so it's quite good if you want only to talk and not to write. So just focus on this fini form. You know that it's for je, tu, and il, elle. Okay, but then for nous, so have a look. Nous finissons. Okay, I-S-S-O-N-S. Issons. Nous finissons. Finissons. Okay, final S not pronounced. Nous finissons. Vous finissez. Vous finissez. Okay, a Z at the end gives you the sound E. Okay, finissez. Finissez. Vous finissez. Ils finissent. So remember, as usual, when we've got the verbs E and T not pronounced. Ils finissent. Elles finissent. Alright, so let's see them one more time. Je finis. Tu finis. Il finit. Elle finit. Nous finissons. Vous finissez. Ils finissent. Elles finissent. Alright, let's take another example. Unir, to unite. Okay, same rule. We just keep this un, and then you spot the ending, you take it away, and you will keep the un to construct. So j'unis, same way. Tu unis. Il unit. Elle unit. Nous unissons. Vous unissez. Ils unissent. Elles unissent. Okay, so it's the same, exactly the same. So same group, same way to conjugate it. Okay, let's take choisir, third example. You spot it ending with er here. Choisir means to choose. Okay, then same way. Je choisis. Tu choisis. Il choisit. Elle choisit. Nous choisissons. Vous choisissez. Ils choisissent. Elles choisissent. Then we'll discover together, well, the plural form, how to construct or how to make a plural form. So it's le pluriel en français. So let's start now. So we'll take this example, okay, basic example. A friend, un ami, okay, un ami. Okay, so here you can see that we've got this article indéfini, un, at the masculine form, singular form, and then we've got ami, friend, like that, at the singular form as well. So if we want to construct the plural form, well, obviously the article will change. Okay, we saw previously that the plural article was des in that case, and then we keep the same word, so ami, and the rule goes like that. You get to add at the end of the word s. Okay, in that case, and as in most of the cases, you won't pronounce it, but you will have to put it. Okay, and so you've got des ami, okay? And if you make the liaison, so the link between the two, you will get des amis, okay? Des amis. So ami, remember, doesn't change. Even if you get to write the S, then you don't pronounce it, okay? And now, let's see a few examples. So this one, une femme, okay? So if we think about the rule that we saw previously, then une is changing, and then the article become des, okay? Femme, you write it like it was at the singular form, and then you just add this S at the end, and as we said, you don't pronounce it, so you get des femmes, okay? Des femmes. So une femme, singular, and then des femmes, right? And then un homme, if we make this little link between the two, un homme, and then we'll put this word at the plural form. So same thing here. So this article indéfini un is becoming des in that case, and then you rewrite the word homme, and after that you just put the S at the end. You don't pronounce it, so you get des hommes, okay? Un homme, singular form, des hommes, plural form, okay? And then I took, well, this example with this article défini le, okay? So le livre, okay? If you want to put the plural form, then the article here becomes les, so that's the plural form, okay? Les, and then same rule, you just write livre, and then you put S at the end, but then you don't pronounce it. Les livres. Le livre, les livres. So it's quite interesting in this example here, because if you listen carefully, le livre, les livres, so the only way to know whether it's singular or plural is to pronounce correctly the article, in that case le, and here les. So it's really this le, and then les, that will make the difference between the singular form and the plural form, okay? As usual in French, we've got exceptions. So you get words that will end with this a, u, combination of vowels, like for instance une, o. So remember, when you get these vowels like that, then you get only the sound o, okay? Une o. So in that case, well, you won't add the S as like we saw previously, but then it will be, the rule is that you get to put X here at the end, but then same rule, you don't pronounce it. Des os, okay? Une eau, des os, all right? Second group, words ending with a, u. Here is an example, un tuyau, okay? Same rule here, you won't add S at the end, but instead of S you will put X, okay? Des tuyaux. Same rule, you don't pronounce it. Des tuyaux, okay? Un tuyau, des tuyaux. So the only difference will be with the article, because the word will be pronounced the same way. And then the last group is the words ending with e. So let's take one example. Un feu, and basically the same rule. You don't put S, but you will put X instead, and then you don't pronounce it. Des feux, un feu, des feux. Okay, there is another group of words. So because normally the words ending with the OU, like that here, OU, and then the sound is OU, okay? Normally these words just behave like the others, so you just need to put S at the end. But of course, as usual in French, we've got few exceptions. So I've been listing all the exceptions of the ou ending, words that will, well, like we saw previously, not take s but then take x at the end, okay? But still, as usual, it's not pronounced, so it doesn't really affect the pronunciation, but it's just for you if you want to write them correctly at the plural form. Remember, it's not s but it's x, okay? So the first one, un bijou, okay? So I did put the translation here. Pluriel, des bijoux, okay? Then, un caillou, plural, des cailloux. Okay, remember, you don't pronounce it, the final X. Then, un chou, okay, remember, when you combine this C and H, you get the sound sh. Chou, un chou, pluriel, des choux. Okay. Un genou, des genoux. Un hibou, des hiboux, un joujou, des joujoux, un pou, des poux, okay? So the good thing, if you remember carefully what I've been introducing so far, is that the main group of words are actually, you only need to add s at the end, and then you, well, basically you don't pronounce the s. Or then the exceptions, you will, like these ones here, you will have to add this x at the end, but still you won't pronounce the x, okay? But still, as usual, we've got exceptions. So few exceptions, not that much, but then these exceptions are really strange, because it does mean that the pronunciation will change, okay? So we'll take this one, un bœuf, and then at the plural, well, you just write it like we saw previously, so you just add this s, but then pronunciation changes quite much, because you get des bœufs, all right? Un bœuf, des bœufs, all right? Then un œuf, des œufs, okay? And we'll make the liaison here to make it sound more beautiful. Des œufs, all right? Un œuf, des œufs. And then the last one, this is probably the most strange one. Un œil, des yeux, okay? Don't pronounce the final x as usual. Des yeux, all right? Discover together le verbe pouvoir. Pouvoir means to can, okay, so it's quite useful. And then we'll discover it because, well, it's not a regular verb, so it's always quite interesting to take a few minutes to really work on it and try to remember the way it is conjugated at the present form, okay? So the first form that we'll have is je, as usual, so je peux, okay? Final x not pronounced here, okay? So you've got x, but you don't pronounce it, so basically you get the sound peut, je peux, okay? So I can, je peux, okay? Then tu peux, same pronunciation and same spelling or writing, okay? P-E-U-X, okay? You don't pronounce the final x. Tu peux, okay? Je peux, tu peut. Then il, elle peut. So you will put T at the end, you don't pronounce it. Il peut, elle peut. Okay? So if you look carefully, you've got peut here, you've got peut here, and you've got peut here. Okay? So for the three first, or four, because there is the feminine form as well, for the four first persons here, well, it's the same phonetical form. It's peut. Okay? And then nous. So classic ending for nous, this ONS ending for nous. Okay? Nous pouvons. Nous pouvons. Okay? You don't pronounce the final S. Nous pouvons. Then vous pouvez. Okay? Classic ending as well for the vous form. A Z like that. Okay? Remember you pronounce it E. Okay? Vous pouvez. Vous pouvez. And then plural form, ils, elles peuvent. Ils, elles peuvent. Okay, so be careful because as you can see, you've got this EU here, EU here, EU here, and then it's coming back here as well. Okay, so the only OU that does connect to the infinitive here. Pouvoir, it's only for nous and vous. Okay, so let's read them one more time. Je peux, tu peux, il peut, elle peut, nous pouvons, vous pouvez, ils peuvent, elles peuvent. Okay, as usual, this ending, this ENT ending, you write it, you don't pronounce it. Okay, peuvent, peuvent, peuvent. Okay, so it's really useful. You should really, definitely know it by heart. Okay, so try your best. Well, watch again this video if you need it, and then I hope it will enter in your head quite easily. Okay, let's see some example now. Je peux chanter. Okay, je peux chanter. So you can see that in that case, when you construct a verb, or sorry, you construct a sentence with the verb pouvoir, here you've got a second verb, chanter, and it means to sing. Okay, so I can sing. Well, you should all the time put the second verb at the infinitive form. Okay, so when we talk about the infinitive form, normally it's the basic form of the verb. Okay, je peux chanter. Another example, tu peux partir. Partir is to leave. You can leave. Tu peux partir. All right, same thing here. Okay, second verb, well, basically coming right after, of course, and then at the infinitive form. All right. Elle peut dessiner. Dessiner is to draw. Elle peut dessiner. She can draw. Okay. Elle peut dessiner. And in this lesson, we will try to focus on le verbe devoir. Devoir means to must. Okay, so it's quite useful. And especially it's not a regular verb, so it's always good to spend a few minutes on the conjugation at the present of this verb. Okay, so let's start now. Let's see, so le verbe devoir, to must, at the present form. Je dois. Okay, remember final S is not pronounced. Je dois. OE, when you combine the two, you get the sound wa wa wa. Je dois. Okay, tu dois. Final S not pronounced. Tu dois. Il, elle, doit. Final T not pronounced. Il doit, elle doit. Okay, so if you have a look at these forms, phonetically they are the same forms. Okay, so doit, doit, and then doit. Okay, and then nous is coming. Nous devons. Okay, classic ending ONS for nous. Okay, you just pronounce this on, this nasal. Okay, and then the S, final S is not pronounced. Nous devons. Nous devons. Okay, nous devons, well, basically we must. Okay, and then vous devez. Remember, classic ending for vous here, a Z, but then you pronounce this combination of two letters, et, devez, devez, vous devez. All right, and then the last one, ils doivent. So same thing, classic ending for the plural form, ent here, okay, but then you don't pronounce it. Doivent, doivent, elles doivent, ils doivent, elles doivent. Okay, so let's repeat them one more time. Je dois, tu dois, il doit, elle doit, nous devons, vous devez, ils doivent, elles doivent. All right, so let's see a few examples now. The first one, je dois étudier. Étudier is to study, okay? So it's a verb, and then the rule in French goes like that. If you've got to put two verbs in a sentence, like here, the second one must be at the infinitive form. So when we talk about the infinitive, it's the basic form of the verb, okay? So étudier, study. Je dois étudier. I must study. Je dois étudier. Okay? Then, il doit choisir. Okay? Same thing here. Choisir means to choose. Okay? And so, I did put here the infinitive form, so the basic form, IR form. Il doit choisir. Okay? He must choose. And the last example, nous devons répondre. Répondre is to answer. Répondre here, okay? Nous devons répondre. We must answer. Nous devons répondre. Okay? We are going to discover together European countries, so les pays européens. Okay? So let's start now with les pays européens. And the first one, la Grèce. La Grèce. Okay, so remember gr, gr. And then this accent grave like that, open. Grèce. Okay, la Grèce. Le Portugal. Le Portugal. L'Espagne. L'Espagne. Okay, don't insist on the final E because basically it's not pronounced. L'Espagne. Gna, gna, gna. L'Espagne. L'Espagne. L'Italie. 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 Okay, so you can see that for these two countries here, as they are starting with a vowel, like here, okay, as we saw in a previous lesson, the article is modified and then it's L apostrophe, like that, okay? Le Luxembourg, okay, final G not pronounced, and then when you combine this M here, you get the sound en. You don't pronounce the M at all, it's this nasal en, okay? Le Luxembourg. Le Luxembourg, okay? La France. La France, okay? A-N here, nasal en. La France. Okay? We continue. Les Pays-Bas. Final S here, not pronounced. Same thing here. Pays, pays, and then bas. Les Pays-Bas. Okay? Then l'Irlande. Remember, this is E, and it should be pronounced like E. Irlande. Irlande. Okay, A-N, en, D, and final E, not pronounced. Irlande. Le Royaume-Uni. Le Royaume-Uni. Le Royaume-Uni. Okay? L'Allemagne. L'Allemagne. Nya, 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 nya. Remember this G and E, it can be quite tricky at the beginning to produce, I mean the sound ñ, okay? But really you should work on that because it's quite, well, it's not coming all the time, but it's not rare. I mean the sound is not rare in French, okay? Ñ. L'Allemagne, l'Allemagne, okay? La Belgique, okay? Remember Q-U-E here, you will get only the sound K, okay? Belgique, Belgique. So it's not Belgique, not at all, okay? Because it's only the K. Belgique, okay? Le Danemark. So same sound here, this K and then this Q-U-E, well, they will produce the same sound here. Belgique, le Danemark, okay? L'Autriche, okay? Remember, sh here. L'Autriche, l'Autriche, okay? La Suède, la Suède, Suède. Remember, accent grave, it's really open. Suède, Suède, la Suède. La Finlande, I-N here, nasal, un, A-N, nasal, en, and then D, final E, not pronounced. La Finlande, okay? L'Estonie, final E, not pronounced. L'Estonie, l'Estonie. La Lettonie. So remember when you've got this E and then a double letter like that, T, okay, then you will have to open your E and it will become E, le, Lettonie. La Lettonie. La Lituanie. Remember in French, sorry, H doesn't exist, okay, so you don't pronounce it, and it's Lituanie, Lituanie, la Lituanie. Okay, continues. La Pologne, ñ again, la Pologne. La République tchèque. So remember, Q-U-E, K, Tchèque. La, and then here as well, République. La République tchèque. Okay, la République tchèque. Chypre. Chypre. So remember, we've got this Y letter here, but then phonetically when you pronounce it, it's like I, okay? Chypre. Okay? Malte. Same thing here, you don't insist on the final E. Malte. Malte. La Slovénie. Remember, you get this E accent aigu here, it's E. Slovénie. Final E, as usual, not pronounced. La Slovénie. Okay? La Hongrie. So remember, H doesn't exist, so you don't pronounce it. So it starts with O-N, on, and then gris, final E, not pronounced. La Hongrie. La Hongrie. Okay? Les nationalités. So basically I've been making this nationalities lesson based on the previous lesson. So leçon D, okay, so I definitely invite you to check the leçon D if you want that everything is clear for you, okay? But then les nationalités, and it's starting right now. La Grèce, grec, so I will put each time the masculine form for the nationality, grec, and the feminine form here for the nationality, okay? So you get the country, la Grèce, and then you get grec, masculine form, grec, feminine form. You write them differently, but then, if you listen carefully, grec, grec, you pronounce them the same way. Okay? Le Portugal, portugais, portugaise. Okay, so listen carefully. Portugais, portugaise. The only difference between the two, as usually when we'll have some, nationalities ending with AIS, like that, and then the feminine form, es, okay, it will be only in this z sound, the difference between the masculine form and the feminine form, okay? Masculine, portugais, you don't pronounce the S. Feminine form, portugaise, you pronounce this z sound, okay? And then l'Espagne, espagnol, remember, espagnol, espagnol. So you get this final for the feminine form, but then phonetically it's the same. L'Italie, italien, italienne. Remember, when you get this followed by a double consonant like here, then you will have to open it. Italienne, italienne. Okay? Le Luxembourg, luxembourgeois, luxembourgeois, and then feminine form, luxembourgeoise. Okay? Same thing here, only difference, joie, joie, joise, z. Okay, you insist on it. Luxembourgeois, masculine form, and then luxembourgeoise, feminine form. Then, la France, français, française. Okay, c'est, and then seize. Okay, français, française. All right, it continues. Les Pays-Bas, néerlandais, néerlandaise. Néerlandais, néerlandaise. Okay. L'Irlande, irlandais, irlandaise. Le Royaume-Uni, britannique. Okay, only one form, whether it's masculine or feminine, britannique. L'Allemagne, allemand, allemande. Okay, same thing here. Okay, you don't pronounce the final D, but then you pronounce it here for the feminine form. Allemande, okay? Allemand, allemande. La Belgique, belge. So only one form here for the masculine and the feminine form. Le Danemark, danois, danoise. Z, okay, insist on that. Danois, don't pronounce the final S. Danoise, here you pronounce it. L'Autriche, autrichien, autrichienne. So same thing here. You get and then double N. You open the autrichienne. Okay, autrichien, autrichienne. La Suède, suédois, suédoise. Okay, suédois, suédoise. La Finlande, finlandais, finlandaise. Finlandais, finlandaise. L'Estonie, estonien, estonienne. Same thing here, double N, and then you open it. Estonienne, estonienne. La Lettonie, letton, lettonne. Letton, lettonne. La Lituanie, lituanien, lituanienne. Same thing here. You open the lituanienne. Okay? Lituanien, lituanienne. La Pologne, polonais, polonaise. polonais, polonaise. La République tchèque, tchèque. Okay, so here as well, you get only one nationality. So whether for masculine or feminine form, it will be the same, tchèque. Okay. Chypre, same thing here. Chypriote. Remember this Y is pronounced like I, okay? Chypriote. Chypriote. Okay? Malte, Maltais, Maltaise. So remember, as I said previously, the only difference, est. Maltais, Maltaise. La Slovénie, so only one form here, Slovène. Slovène. Remember, E accent grave, you open it, Slovène. La Hongrie, Hongrois, Hongroise. Okay, Hongrois, Grois, Hongroise. Okay, so here final S not pronounced for the masculine form, and then you pronounce it here for the feminine form. Hongrois, Hongroise. Okay, les Amériques, les Amériques. So let's see now. Les États-Unis. Okay, so if we make every links, we'll have it here and then here. Okay, les États-Unis. Les États-Unis. Le Canada. Le Canada. Le Mexique. Le Mexique. Mexique. It's really the X. Huh? Le Mexique. And then remember this Q-U-E, it's only K. Mexique. Okay. Le Brésil. Le Brésil. Okay, you will pronounce the final L here, and then remember, accent aigu goes like E. Brésil. Le Brésil. L'Argentine. Okay, so you've got this nasal here, en, l'argent, and then tin. Don't pronounce the final it just gives you the pronunciation of the N, in. L'Argentine. L'Argentine. Le Chili. Le Chili. Okay, remember, C-H, sh. Okay, Chili. Le Chili. La Bolivie. Okay, final not pronounced. La Bolivie. La Bolivie. Alright, so I assume everything is clear. We can repeat them one more time. Les États-Unis, le Canada, le Mexique, le Brésil, l'Argentine, le Chili, la Bolivie. Okay, and then we'll see now the nationality. So you will see here each time first the masculine form and then the feminine form. Okay, so les États-Unis, américain. So when you talk about the nationality, américain, masculine form, un, américain, and then feminine form, américaine, américaine. Okay, it's really open, this A-I, américaine. Okay. Le Canada, canadien, yin, here, canadien, canadienne, yen. Remember, here you've got double N, so you get to open the so it will become canadienne. Okay. Le Mexique, mexicain, un here, like we had in américain, A-I-N, mexicain, and then mexicaine, mexicaine. Le Brésil. Brésilien, yen, brésilien, like we had for canadien, brésilien, feminine form. Brésilienne, yen, brésilienne. Okay? And then l'Argentine. Argentin, in, gives you this un sound. Argentin, okay? And then Argentine. Argentine. Okay, if you look carefully, well, basically the feminine form is the same as the name of the country, okay? Le Chili, chilien, chilien, yen, chilien, chilienne, chilienne, okay? And then la Bolivie, bolivien, yen, same, bolivien, and then feminine form, bolivienne, bolivienne. Okay? This lesson we'll discover together le verbe attendre. So attendre means to wait. Okay? So it belongs to the third group of verbs, so not the regular one, the irregular. So that's the reason why it's quite important to take a few minutes to discover together the way to conjugate this verb at the present form. Okay? So let's see now how it will go. So the first form will be j'attends. J'attends. Okay? You get D and S. Well, basically you don't pronounce them. Okay? And then you get only the sound attends. Nasal here. En. J'attends. Okay? Second form. Tu attends. Okay? You can see that, well, it is exactly the same one. So, same way to pronounce it. Attends. Okay? Il attend. Elle attend. So the only difference between this one, so this il form and the tu or je form, okay, if you want to write, it's just that if you look carefully, you don't have the final S here, okay, but then basically if you want to only pronounce or only speak, then, well, it's exactly the same way to pronounce these forms, okay. J'attends, tu attends, il attend, elle attend. Okay, but then nous is coming here, all right, and then we've got the classic ending for nous, so O-N-S, okay, you don't pronounce the S, so you get only this on sound, okay. Attendons, nous attendons, so we'll make the link between the two, la liaison. Nous attendons, nous attendons. Vous form, same thing, classic ending for vous, EZ, okay. When you combine the two, you get the sound et, okay. Vous attendez, attendez, okay. Let's put here the liaison, the link. Vous attendez, vous attendez, okay. And the last one, same thing, classic ending for il, elle at the plural form, ENT, but then you don't pronounce them. Ils attendent, okay, so remember you get to pronounce this, d at the end, okay. Elles attendent, all right. If you make the link, ils attendent, elles attendent, okay. So let's read them. J'attends, tu attends, il attend, elle attend, nous attendons, vous attendez, ils attendent, elles attendent. Okay? So I've been making few sentences just to show you how it works, or the meaning. J'attends le train. So le train, the train, I wait. Okay? I wait for the train, but then j'attends le train. Okay? Tu attends avec moi. So you wait, and then avec means with, moi, me. You wait with me. Tu attends avec moi. Il attend sa femme. Okay, remember, sa, it's the possessive, his in that case, and then femme, wife. Il attend sa femme. Nous attendons tranquillement. Nous attendons tranquillement. So here, I wanted to show you how it could work if you put this tranquillement. So tranquillement is quietly, and it's an adverb. Okay, it's ending with ment like that, which is one of the classic ending for the adverbs. We'll have the time to see that a bit later. But then, yeah, quietly is tranquillement. Nous attendons tranquillement. So basically you put this adverb after your verb. Okay? Nous attendons tranquillement. Vous attendez les enfants. Okay, children, les enfants. Vous attendez les enfants. Elles attendent votre réponse. Réponse, answer, and then remember, votre, it's the possessive, your. Elles attendent votre réponse. Okay? So I will read them one more time, and I will read them at my normal speed. Okay? Just for you to get used. Because I've been reading them quite slowly when we were just we were covering them previously. Okay? So, j'attends le train, tu attends avec moi, il attend sa femme, nous attendons tranquillement, vous attendez les enfants, elles attendent votre réponse. Le verbe répondre. Répondre means to answer, so it's quite useful. And then, well, it belongs to the third group of verbs, so we'll see how to conjugate this verb répondre at the present form. So let's see now the first form. Je réponds. Je réponds. Okay, so you can see that D and S here are not pronounced. Je réponds. Okay. Tu réponds. Well, the same form. Okay, exactly the same form, so the same pronunciation. Tu réponds. Il répond. So, final D is not pronounced. You only have this on nasal sound at the end. Répond. Elle répond. Okay? So, je réponds, tu réponds, il répond, elle répond. Okay? So far, only one way to pronounce it. Alright? Then, of course, for nous, we've got the normal and classic ending ONS. Okay? Don't pronounce the final S. You only pronounce this on sound. So you get répondons. Nous répondons. Nous répondons. Okay? And then classic ending for vous as well, EZ. Okay? Remember, you combine these two letters, you get the sound E. So, répondez. Vous répondez. Vous répondez. Okay? And then the last persons here. Ils répondent. So same thing here, classic ending, ENT, but then you don't pronounce it. Okay? Répondent. Répondent. Ils répondent. Elles répondent. Okay? So let's see all the form one more time. Je réponds. Tu réponds. Il répond. Elle répond. Nous répondons. Vous répondez. Ils répondent. Elles répondent. Alright? Hier. Yesterday. Aujourd'hui. Today. Demain. Tomorrow. Okay? Hier. Yesterday. Aujourd'hui. Today. Demain. Tomorrow. So let's see now. Hier. So yesterday. Hier matin. Matin is morning. Okay, so yesterday morning will go in French like hier matin. Hier matin. Okay. Après-midi means afternoon. Hier après-midi. Yesterday afternoon. hier après-midi. Hier après-midi. Alright? And then soir, evening. Hier soir. Hier soir. Okay, so let's repeat that. Hier. Hier matin. Hier après-midi. Hier soir. Okay? So now, aujourd'hui. Today. Aujourd'hui. Ce matin. So we put here this this matin. Morning. This morning. Ce matin. Cet après-midi. This afternoon. Cet après-midi. Cet après-midi. Ce soir. So soir, evening, this evening. Ce soir. Ce soir. Alright? And then, demain, so tomorrow. Demain matin, tomorrow morning. Demain matin. Demain après-midi, tomorrow afternoon. Demain après-midi. Demain soir. Demain soir. Tomorrow evening. Demain soir. So one more time. Hier. Hier matin. Hier après-midi. Hier soir. Aujourd'hui. Ce matin. Cet après-midi. Ce soir. Demain. Demain matin. Demain après-midi. Demain soir. 50, de 50 à 75, till 75, de 50 à 75. So let's see how they go. 50, 50, 51, 51, 52, 52, 53, 53, 54, 54, 55, 55, 56, 56, 57, 57, 58, 58, 59, 59, 60, 60, 61, 61, 62, 62, 63, 63, 64, 64, 65, 65, 66, 66, 67, 67, 68, 68, 69, 69. And that's normally when my students, when I'm in class with them, start to look at me like they would like to kill me, because now we're getting to the tricky point in French, okay? So have a look here. Now we've got this 70, of course, but then in French, it's a bit more tricky because you take back the 60, 60, and then you will add the 10, 10. Okay, so for this 70 session here, you will have to use this 60 and then 10, and so all the numbers from 10 to 19, you will have to put them right here after. Okay, so let's see how it goes. 70, 70, 71, 71. Okay, so you can see here now. 60, 60, and then 11, 11. 71. 72, 72. Same thing here. 60 and then 12. Okay. 73, 73. 74, 74. 75, 75. Okay, so we won't go further, not to be more traumatized, because I've got some nice surprises after that as well. Okay, so remember that well, till 70, well, it's quite not easy, because it's always difficult to remember the numbers, but still it's not that tricky. Okay, so remember that for 70 here, so from 70 to 79, you will have to use this 60, so 60, and then the numbers from 10 to 19. Okay, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, etc. So we'll see the rest in a coming lesson. So now what we'll do, we'll go to till 100, and then we'll see all the tricky and irregular forms. Okay, so if you remember, when we stopped, it was here. Okay, so 75. In French, we'll have to use this 60, so 60. Okay, and then after that, you will have to put this 15, 15. Okay, so remember, from 70 to 79, it will work the same way. So you will have to put this 60, and then the numbers from 10 to 19 after. Sorry, yeah, 19, yes. Okay, so in that case it's 75, 75, okay, 60, and then 15, okay. Next one, 76, okay, so 60 and 16, okay, 76, all right. 77, 77. 78, 78, 79, 79, and then 80. Okay, so for 80 it's 80, 80, all right. 81, 81, 82, 82, 83, 83, 84, 84, 85, 85, 86, 86, 87, 87, 88, 88, 89, 89. And now for 90, well, basically it would be the same thing as we had for 70. So you will take this 80, 80, and then you will add the numbers from 10 to 19 after. So 90, and then 91, so 91, so remember 80, 80, and then 11, 11. 91, 92, 92, 93, 93, 94, 94, 95, 95, 96, 96, 97, 97, 98, 98, 99, 99, and the last one, 100. Remember, final T not pronounced. 100. Okay? Discover this parce que form. So parce que means because. Okay, and it's really useful. So we'll see how to use it. Okay, so parce que here. So the first use of parce que is when you want to introduce the reason. Okay, so we've got two examples here. Il ne mange pas tout de suite. Okay, so here you've got the negative form, remember, ne, and then pas. Manger means to eat. Il ne mange pas, so he doesn't eat. Tout de suite, well, basically it means right now. Parce qu'il, okay, préfère attendre. So in that case, because he prefers to wait. Il préfère attendre. Okay? Préférer, to prefer. And then here you can see that attendre is to wait. Second verb, okay? And then you should put it like here at the infinitive form, so the basic form of the verb, okay? Il ne mange pas tout de suite parce qu'il préfère attendre. Okay? Second example, nous allons dehors. Aller is to go, dehors, outside. Nous allons dehors, so we go outside. Parce que, so because, nous voulons marcher. Vouloir, to want, marcher, to walk. Nous voulons marcher, we want to walk. Okay? Nous allons dehors parce que nous voulons marcher. Okay? And then the second option to use this parce que is when you want to introduce the cause, la cause. Okay? Example here. Il prend son parapluie. Parapluie, umbrella. Prendre is to take. Il prend son, his. So he's taking his umbrella. Il prend son parapluie parce qu'il pleut. Pleuvoir, to rain. It rains, il pleut. Il prend son parapluie parce qu'il pleut. Okay? And then, second example. Il appelle le garagiste parce que sa voiture ne démarre pas. Okay? Appeler is to call. Garagiste is this nice person that will fix your car if it's broken or if it doesn't start, like in this example. Okay? Parce que sa voiture, voiture is car, sa voiture, possessive, his car, and then ne pas, so you get the negative form here, and démarrer is to start. Il appelle le garagiste parce que sa voiture ne démarre pas. So because his car doesn't start. Okay? Il appelle le garagiste parce que sa voiture ne démarre pas. All right, so you can see the two main way of using this parce que. So the first one, the reason. In that case, well, it's something that refers to the person. Okay, actually, in that case, he doesn't eat because he prefers to wait, and then we go outside because we want. Okay, and then the second possibility, when you talking about la cause, in that case, something that doesn't really, it's not the results of what someone is doing, but it's raining in that case, and then the car doesn't start. It doesn't really, it's not the result of the action of someone. Okay, so that's the two main use of parce que. Then we'll work on le Moyen-Orient, the Middle East. Okay, let's start. Le Moyen-Orient. So it's interesting here because normally if you would have only this word here, you would pronounce it moyen, moyen, okay? But then as you've got this vowel after, okay, you get to make the liaison between the two, le Moyen-Orient, Moyen-Orient, okay? Let's start now. Israël, Israël. La Palestine, la Palestine. Le Liban, le Liban. La Jordanie, la Jordanie. Okay, so let's repeat them one more time. Le Moyen-Orient, Israël, la Palestine, le Liban, la Jordanie. Okay, and now we'll see the nationalities. Okay, so Israel, and then I will put the masculine form here and the feminine form here. Israélien, Israélien, so masculine form and then feminine form. Israélienne, Israélienne, okay, yen, yen, okay, and then Palestinien, Palestinien, feminine form, Palestinienne, Palestinienne. Le Liban, Libanais, Libanais, Libanaise, okay, aise, Libanais, Libanaise. And then Jordanie, Jordanien, Jordanienne, okay, yen, yen, Jordanien, Jordanienne. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Israël, Israélien, Israélienne. La Palestine, Palestinien, Palestinienne. Le Liban, Libanais, Libanaise. La Jordanie, Jordanien, Jordanienne. L'extrême-orient, so Far East. L'extrême-orient, so let's discover that together. So Far East in French, we'll say l'extrême-orient. L'extrême-orient. Le Japon. Le Japon. La Chine. La Chine. La Chine. L'Inde. So remember, you get this nasal here form, IN1. L'Inde. L'Inde. Le Pakistan. Le Pakistan. Hong Kong. Hong Kong. Okay, so let's see everything one more time here. L'extrême-orient, le Japon, la Chine, l'Inde, le Pakistan, Hong Kong. Okay, and now for the nationalities. So each time I will put the masculine form and the feminine form. Okay? Le Japon, japonais, japonaise. Okay, so the only difference is there. Est, aise. Japonais, japonaise. La Chine, chinois. So it's really this wa 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 sound, remember? Chinois, chinoise. Z, z, was. Chinoise. So chinois, chinoise. L'Inde, indien, yin, indien, indienne. So remember this double N, you open it, est, indienne. Le Pakistan, pakistanais, pakistanaise. Hong Kong, chinois de Hong Kong, chinoise de Hong Kong. So let's see them one more time. Le Japon, japonais, japonaise. La Chine, chinois, chinoise. L'Inde, indien, indienne. Le Pakistan, pakistanais, pakistanaise. Hong Kong, chinois de Hong Kong, chinoise de Hong Kong. Le verbe pronominal. So, what is le verbe pronominal? So first we'll take an example. Regarder, to look, to watch. Okay? And then se regarder. In that case it would be to look at oneself. Okay? So that's the important thing about this verbe pronominal. Le verbe pronominal will be constructed all the time with this se before the verb. Se regarder, okay? And this se will basically change the meaning of the verb because regarder, to look, to watch, se regarder, to look at oneself, okay? So we'll take an example. So if we take the regarder verb, okay? So normally you will construct this sentence, je regarde la télévision, okay? I watch the television. Je regarde la télévision, okay? But then, if you use this se regarder, so as I said, to look at oneself, in that case, je me regarde. Alright, so you will have to add this me thing here before the verb. Je me regarde. Okay, so let's see how we will conjugate this verb at the present form. Je me regarde. Tu te regardes. Il se regarde. Elle se regarde. Nous nous regardons. Vous, vous regardez. Il se regarde. Elle se regarde. So now you can see that you've got to add this me, te, se, nous, vous, se before the verb when you conjugate it. Okay? Let's take another example. Appeler, to call. Okay? And then the important thing in that case is that, as usual, you know, appeler is starting with a vowel. A here. And it does mean that, as usual in French, normally we should have this se, but then e will disappear and it will look like that. S'appeler. So appeler, to call, and then s'appeler, to call oneself. Okay, so let's see how we will conjugate this verb. Je m'appelle. So same thing here, the that we had previously disappeared. Je m'appelle. So remember, that's normally the verb that you use when you introduce yourself. Like I call myself, so my name is, of course, but then in French it's like I call myself. Okay, je m'appelle. Tu t'appelles. Tu t'appelles. Il s'appelle. Elle s'appelle. Nous nous appelons. Okay, so I will make the liaison. Nous nous appelons. Vous vous appelez. Il s'appelle. Elle s'appelle. Sorry. So if you look carefully here as well, so you will have to add this m, t, s, okay, and then nous, vous, s, okay. So remember, it's just because the verb is starting with a vowel. It would be the same if the verb would start with the letter h plus a vowel, because we don't pronounce h, so that's the reason why. My God, I'm losing my voice. Let's hope I will finish. Be careful, because in some cases when you will add this se in front of the verb, then le sens, so the meaning of the verb, will change. So I will put a few examples here. Trouver is to find, okay, and then se trouver means to be, être. Okay, trouver, to find, but then se trouver is to be, être. Passer, to pass. Se passer, avoir lieu, so to take place. Se passer, to take place. Passer, to pass. Okay? And then mettre, to put. Se mettre, well, it's to start. Commencer, to start something. Okay? So remember, trouver, to find. Se trouver, être, so to be. Passer, to pass. Se passer, avoir lieu, to take place. Mettre, to put. Se mettre, commencer, to start something. Le futur proche, so basically if you want to translate it directly, it would be the near future. So what is le futur proche exactly? It's the possibility that we have in French and in other languages to construct basically a future with aller at the present form, followed by the infinitive, so the basic form of the verb. Okay, so like in English you would say I am going to travel, for instance. In French we would say je vais voyager. Okay, so remember, first aller, that you conjugate at the present form, and then you will put your verb at the infinitive form. Okay, so first, of course, we did introduce the verb aller and the way to conjugate it, but still I think that it is really important to see how it goes. So we will see one more time the conjugation of aller at the present form. Okay, first person here, je vais. Remember, final S not pronounced. Je vais. Okay, tu vas. Same thing here, final S not pronounced. Tu vas. Il, elle va. Nous allons. Final S not pronounced, and then when you get this ON combination, you get this nasal on, really in your nose, okay? On. And then let's make this little liaison here to make it sound more beautiful. Nous allons. Nous allons. Okay? Same thing here. Vous allez. Vous allez. Alright? Remember, classic ending for vous, a Z, okay? But then when you combine these two letters, you get the sound E. Okay? Allez. And then vous allez. Alright? And the last persons, ils, elles, vont. Ils vont, elles vont. Okay, remember, final T not pronounced, so you get this ON nasal here. On, vont. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Je vais, tu vas, il va, elle va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont, elles vont. Okay, so that's the first part that we will use to construct this futur proche. Okay, and then the second part will be, well, the verb that you want to express, but at the infinitive form. So I've been writing few examples here. So the first sentence, je vais voyager. Voyager means to travel. Avec, with, ma famille, my family. Je vais voyager avec ma famille. Okay? So, quite simple way to construct a future form. Tu vas chercher. Chercher means to search. Une nouvelle maison. Okay? Une nouvelle. Nouvelle, it's the feminine form of the adjective nouveau, new. Okay, because maison, house, as you can see here, is feminine, so une nouvelle maison, a new house. Tu vas chercher une nouvelle maison. Okay, and then il, elle, va partir. Partir is to leave. Okay, pour means for. Pour un an. 1 year. Un an. Okay, so I will make the liaison just to make it more normal after. Okay, but I just want to divide here. Un an. Okay, so let's read it normally now. Il va partir pour un an. Okay, so you can hear that now I make this link between the two. Un an. Un an. So no break between the two. Un an. Okay. Il va partir pour un an. Elle va partir pour un an. Okay? Then for nous, nous allons chanter. Chanter means to sing. Okay? Cette chanson. So remember, cette feminine form of ce, this. Okay? Chanson, song. And as chanson is feminine, so you should put this form here at the feminine. This. Okay? Nous allons chanter cette chanson. Nous allons chanter cette chanson. And then for vous, vous allez adorer. So adorer, to adore, to love a lot. Ce film. Okay, so you see now this. Okay, but then it's the masculine form because film here is masculine. Ce film, this movie. Okay? Vous allez adorer ce film. Vous allez adorer ce film. And the last one. Ils vont boire. Boire is to drink. Un café. A coffee. Ils vont boire un café. Elles vont boire un café. Okay, so let's repeat everything again. Je vais voyager avec ma famille. Tu vas chercher une nouvelle maison. Il va partir pour un an. Elle va partir pour un an. Nous allons chanter cette chanson. Vous allez adorer ce film. Ils vont boire un café. Elles vont boire un café. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon B. And in this lesson, we'll try to work on le genre des mots, so the gender of the words, because normally that's something a bit difficult for students to know or to remember the gender of the words. So normally what I tell them is to try to memorize, try to remember the gender when they discover or when they see a new word, but I know it's not easy. Okay, so in this lesson we'll try to see actually a few endings that give you some useful tips, and well, we'll focus only on the feminine words, and we'll start right now. Sorry. So when you see words that are ending with this ion, so you can be almost, this is quite important, never say always when you talk about French language, because you always find some exceptions, okay? So I won't say always, I will say in most of the cases, okay, when they end with ion, okay, in most of the cases they will be feminine, okay? So for instance here, la libération, or then la nation. Okay. Other ending is t. So when a word is finishing or ending with t, like that, la rapidité. Rapidité means speed, and then la santé, health. Okay. In this case, you can be almost sure that these words will be feminine. Okay. When they're ending with ure, ur. Okay. La peinture, paint, la voiture, car, okay, so they are feminine. And then when they're ending with s, like that, s, so for instance, la politesse, la vitesse. Vitesse means speed, okay? So these words are feminine, and these endings are classical ending for feminine form, okay? So let's see them one more time. La libération, la nation, la rapidité, la santé, la peinture, la voiture, la politesse, la vitesse. Okay? So let's see a few more. So still for the feminine form. So when you will have a word ending with this double T, et, okay, for instance, la chaussette, la roulette, so they will be feminine, okay? Chaussette means sock, and then roulette, well, it's the same, the thing you will find in casinos. And then when they're ending with ie, like here, okay, so basically you don't pronounce the okay, so it will be only the sound I, okay, for instance, la vie, life, okay, la partie, the part, okay, so they will be feminine as well, okay, and then words ending with accent aigu, and then here, okay, remember this final is not pronounced, so you will have this e, remember accent aigu, it's e sound, okay, la poupée, the doll, l'arrivée, the arrival, okay, la poupée, l'arrivée, so feminine as well. In that case, remember that normally it should be la arrivée, but as arrivée, as usual, you know, start with a vowel, then a is disappearing, and then you just put this apostrophe, okay? And then words ending with ud, like that, ude, ud, okay, are normally, in most of the cases, feminine. La gratitude, well, if my understanding is correct, it is exactly the same in English. La gratitude, and then same thing here, latitude. Latitude. Okay, so let's repeat them one more time. La chaussette, la roulette, la vie, la partie, la poupée, l'arrivée, la gratitude, latitude. Okay, I know it's not the key, it's not the magic key that will help you forever and that will give you all the time the correct gender of the words, but still you've got some tips now. Okay, it was leçon B. Okay, remember that I've been doing many lessons, so they can be found there on youtube.com/imagier. Okay, and then the website is here, imagier.net. You can find more material there. Have a nice day. Bye bye. l'article partitif. So what's l'article partitif? Well, basically it's when you want to say that you want some sugar, for instance, so you don't want to specify the quantity, okay, just want to say that you want some, but you don't want to say 1, 2, 3, okay, then as usual we will have the difference between the masculine form and the feminine form, okay. So for the masculine form it will be du, okay, du, simple thing, d, u, this is u, this is d, du, alright? And then for the feminine form, it will be de la, okay? De la, alright? Masculine form, du, feminine form, de la, alright? Let's see a few examples now. Je bois, boire is to drink, okay? So, je bois du café. Alright, so you can see the difference here. It would be possible to say je bois un café. Okay, in that case you would translate it je bois un café by I drink one coffee or I drink a coffee. Okay, in that case when you put this du café, so first you put the masculine form because café is masculine. Okay, and then you want to say, you don't want to specify the quantity, you want to say I drink some coffee. Okay, je bois du café. Okay, the other option as well would be to say je bois le café. So if you want to put this article défini, but then you would have to put more information after le café de ma mère, the coffee of my mother, if you want. Okay, so in that case, in this lesson, we'll only focus on l'article partitif, so it's some. Okay, je bois du café. All right, let's see another option. Tu voudrais. So I wanted to introduce this voudrais form. Okay, so it's coming from vouloir. Vouloir is to want. Okay, but then it's not the present form here. The classic present form, it's the conditionnel form, okay? So it's the polite form that normally we should use. So I would like to have, you know, you don't say tu veux, you don't say you want, because it is too strong and too direct. So normally we tend to use this conditionnel form. So tu voudrais, you would like to have. And then salade, okay, and it's feminine, so you should put the feminine form of this partitif, so de la salade, so some salad, okay. Tu voudrais de la salade. All right. Let's see another example here. Nous mangeons, so manger is to eat, okay, and that's the form for nous, okay. Nous mangeons du gâteau. Gâteau is cake, okay, and it's masculine, so du gâteau. We eat some cake. Vous voulez, okay, so vouloir again, all right, to want, okay, but here it's the present form, okay. Do you want? Vous voulez du fromage, cheese, du fromage, so some cheese. And it's a question. Vous voulez du fromage? Okay, and the last example here. So I've been putting this il y a, we'll see that a bit later in this unit, but it will come. Il y a means there is, okay? Il y a, there is, okay? Il y a de la neige. Neige is snow, okay? Par terre, on the ground, par terre. So there is snow on the ground. Il y a de la neige par terre. Okay, so let's repeat all these sentences. The first one, je bois du café. Second one, tu voudrais de la salade. Nous mangeons du gâteau. Vous voulez du fromage? It's a question, so I've been insisting a little bit too much maybe. Let's do it one more time. Vous voulez du fromage? And the last one, il y a de la neige par terre. Pourquoi? Why? Pourquoi? Why? Okay? So, if you ask a question with pourquoi, why, normally the answer that you will have will start with whether parce que, because, okay, or then pour plus one verb at the infinitive form, so the basic form, okay? So whether parce que, and then you just start a sentence, or then pour plus a verb at the infinitive form, okay? Let's see now some examples. First question, pourquoi es-tu ici? Pourquoi es-tu ici? Okay, ici means here. Es-tu, are you? Why are you here? Pourquoi es-tu ici? So the first answer, parce que, so because, je suis invité, I am invited, by Nicolas, because I am invited by Nicolas. Parce que je suis invité par Nicolas. Okay, so normally when you start with the parce que, so you want to express the reason why, okay? Parce que je suis invité par Nicolas. Alright? And then, other option would be pour passer la soirée. So in that case, passer should be translated like spend, okay? Pour, to spend, pour passer la soirée, the evening, avec, with, vous, you. Pour passer la soirée avec vous, to spend the evening with you. And in that case, when you will start your answer with pour, okay, so you will express what will you will do after that, okay? Pour passer la soirée avec vous, okay? And in that case, parce que, you want to introduce the reason why, okay? So that's the way we will construct answers when you will ask a question with pourquoi, okay? Où est le cube? Where is the cube? Où est le cube? Okay, so let's see that together. So here, first situation, here, okay, so this is le cube and this is le cylindre, okay, so just to make it clear, because that's the things we'll use to introduce, well, the prepositions. Le cube est sur le cylindre, so you can see it's on, okay, so sur le cylindre, okay, and there is contact here, okay, it's quite important. Second option, same thing, but it's basically under here. Le cube est sous le cylindre, okay. Le cube est sous le cylindre. Don't pronounce the final S, and then this OU combination of vowels is pronounced OU, okay? Sous, sous. Le cube est sous le cylindre. Alright? Then, here, no contact, and that's really important, okay? Le cube est au-dessus du cylindre. So let's repeat it. Le cube est au-dessus, final S not pronounced here, au-dessus du cylindre. Okay? Then, same situation, sorry, but then the opposite, so it's here and no contact here. You can see no contact. Le cube est au-dessous du cylindre. Okay? Au-dessous, final S not pronounced, du cylindre. Le cube est au-dessous du cylindre. Alright? So here, I've been putting the plural form because we've got two here. Les cubes sont à côté du cylindre. So next to, okay? Les cubes sont à côté du cylindre. Le cube est à gauche du cylindre. Okay, gauche, left. On the left of le cylindre. Le cube est à gauche du cylindre. Okay, then the next one. Droite, obviously it's right, on the right. Le cube est à droite du cylindre. Le cube est à droite du cylindre. Okay? In front of. Le cube est devant le cylindre. Le cube est devant le cylindre. And now, behind, it's not possible to see it, that's the reason why. Le cube est derrière, so behind, le cylindre. Le cube est derrière le cylindre. So I've been taking away the color just to show you that it's inside, okay? So in, le cube est dans, so in, le cylindre. Le cube est dans le cylindre. Les adverbes de lieu. So really useful. And we're starting right now. So the first one that we'll see. So I've been putting each time the English first and then the French version here. Okay, so here. So I won't read the English one. I will focus on the French one if that's okay with you. Ici. Ici. Okay. Then là. So remember you've got this accent, but well, you don't pronounce it. Okay, so it's là. Là. Whoops. Là-bas. Là-bas. Remember final S not pronounced. Là-bas. Loin. Loin. So remember when you get this combination O-I-N, it's ouin, 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 okay? Loin. Alright? So let's see them one more time. Ici, là, là-bas, loin. Okay? Devant. Final T not pronounced. Devant. Devant. Derrière. So if you look carefully, you've got E here and then double R, so it will open the sound of this E, and you should pronounce it E, okay? Derrière. Same thing here. You've got this E accent grave, E. Derrière. Okay? Don't pronounce the final E. Derrière. Okay? Final S not pronounced. Dessus. 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 Dessous. Dessous. Final S not pronounced here. Dessous. Okay, so let's repeat them. Devant, derrière, dessus, dessous. Okay? Dedans. Final S not pronounced. Dedans. Dedans. Dehors. Okay, so remember final S not pronounced, and then this H in French doesn't exist phonetically, so you don't pronounce it. Dehors. 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 En haut. En haut. Okay, final T not pronounced, and then this H as previously, you don't pronounce it, so this is haut. En haut. En haut. En haut. En bas. Final S not pronounced. En bas. En bas. Okay? Quelque part. Don't pronounce the final T. Quelque part. Quelque part. autre part, autre part, autre part. Ailleurs. Look, final S not pronounced, and then you've got this y sound. Ailleurs. Okay, so sorry, I insist a little bit too much maybe, but still, let's read it normally now. Ailleurs. Ailleurs. Okay. Autour. 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 Okay, so repeat them one more time. Quelque part. Autre part, ailleurs, autour. Comment exprimer l'obligation? So when you must do something, well, there is a verb for that to express must, and this is falloir. Falloir, okay, falloir. And then you will have two options. The first one will be il faut, so you get to remember that falloir is what we call verbe impersonnel, okay, because there is only one form and it's il, third person of the singular. Il faut, okay, so je, tu, nous, vous, etc. They don't exist for falloir, it's only il, okay. Il faut, and then the verb coming after will be at the infinitive, okay, so that's the way to express to must, okay, and then, or to have to if you want, il faut, okay, same form, but then you will add after that un nom, a noun, okay, so whether a verb at the infinitive form or then a noun. So we'll see few examples now. So the first scénario, as we would say in French, is falloir plus infinitif. Okay, so here, il faut respecter les règles. All right, il faut respecter, so to respect, les règles, the rules. Il faut respecter les règles. All right, and then another option, so I've been putting here and here the two parts of the negative form. Il ne faut pas fumer, fumer is to smoke, ici, here. Il ne faut pas fumer ici. Okay, so now we'll see the way it works with a noun, and here, for instance, il faut, so still il faut, remember, as I said, it's only il faut, so it's a verbe impersonnel, okay? Une carte d'identité. Il faut une carte d'identité. Second example here, il faut un parapluie, umbrella, un parapluie, car, because, il pleut. It's raining. It rains. Il faut un parapluie, car il pleut. Les adjectifs ordinaux. Les adjectifs ordinaux, so in English it would be first, second, third, fourth, etc., etc. So we'll see how they go in French. And so we'll start with the first, okay? And as usual in French, remember, we've got the difference between the masculine form and the feminine form, okay? So each time we'll have here and here the masculine form and the feminine form. Here, that's the way you can see them written when you get to make them short, okay? So they can be written like that, okay? So we'll pronounce them. Le premier, so the first, le premier, la première. Le premier, la première. Okay? Then, le deuxième, la deuxième. So in that case, it's only the le and la that will be different, because deuxième will be the same if you look at them. Okay? Then, same thing here. Le troisième, la troisième. Le troisième, la troisième. Okay? Le quatrième, la quatrième. Le quatrième, la quatrième. Le cinquième, la cinquième. Le cinquième, la cinquième. Le sixième, la sixième. Le sixième, la sixième. Le septième, so remember we don't pronounce this P here. Le septième, la septième. Okay? Le huitième, remember H doesn't exist. Huitième, huitième, la huitième. Le neuvième, neuvième, so it's V here, remember, vième, la neuvième. Le neuvième, la neuvième. Le dixième, so remember, even if you've got this X here, you pronounce it Z. Dixième, dixième, same thing as we had here. Sixième, okay? Le dixième, la dixième. Le verbe partir, partir means to leave, okay, at the present form. So we see this verb because this verb is normally quite useful, and then it is not regular, so it belongs to the third group of verbs, so it's always good to see the conjugation together, okay? So the first form is je pars. So final S not pronounced. Je pars. Tu pars. Same form. You can see here and here. So final S not pronounced. Tu pars. Il, elle, part. Final T not pronounced. Il, elle, part. Okay? So you can see that it's part. Sorry. Part, part, and then part. Okay, so the same phonetical form for these persons, but then obviously and of course for nous it will be different. So classic ending ONS, you don't pronounce the S, you just have this on sound nasal. Nous partons. Nous partons. Okay, then for vous, classic ending for vous as well, EZ, but then you pronounce it E. Vous partez. Vous partez. Okay? And the last persons, il, elle, partent. Remember, classic ending, ENT, but then you don't pronounce them. Partent. Partent. Okay? So let's repeat them again. Je pars. Tu pars. Il part. Elle part. Nous partons. Vous partez. Ils partent, elles partent. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon J, and in this lesson we'll discover together how to conjugate at the present form le verbe venir. So venir means to come, okay, so it's quite useful, and especially it does belong to the third group of verbs, so it's not regular. So for the present form, it's quite useful to spend a few minutes just to see the conjugation together. Okay, so we'll start right now. First form, je viens. Final S not pronounced. Je viens. Remember, I-E-N, ien, ien. Je viens. Okay. Tu viens. Final S not pronounced. Tu viens. Okay. Then il, elle, vient. Final T not pronounced. Il, elle, vient. Okay? So, je viens, tu viens, il, elle, vient. Phonetically, it's the same form. Okay? But then, for nous, it will be a bit different. ONS, remember, classic ending for nous, at the present form. Final S not pronounced, so you will get the sound venons. Nous venons. Nous venons. Okay? Then, classic ending for vous, EZ here, and then you pronounce it et, vous venez. Vous venez. Okay, and the last one here. So you've got this double N just after the E, so it will change a little bit your pronunciation. You will have to pronounce this E like eh, okay? Ils viennent. So remember this classic ending ENT for the third person of the plural is here, but phonetically it doesn't exist, so you don't pronounce it. Viennent, viennent, okay? Ils viennent, elles viennent. Alright, so let's see the form one more time. Je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient, nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent, elles viennent. Alright? So, venir is quite important. Be sure to remember it by heart. Please, 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 s'il vous plaît. And then, when you're ready, you can go at the following address to find the next lesson. Okay? And then more material here, imagej.net. Have a great day. Au revoir. Les pronoms COD. Okay, so no stress, but still it will be quite important. Okay, les pronoms COD. So we'll take first a sentence. Okay, so it's a question and it's tu regardes la télévision. Okay, so tu regardes, regarder is to watch, la télévision. So if we look at this question, okay, and then we want to define all the elements, the first thing that we've got in this sentence is tu, okay, so it's here, and it's sujet, so the subject of the sentence here, okay. Second part that we've got here is regarde, okay, regarde here, and it's the verb, okay, that you've been conjugating. It's es, just because it's tu, alright? And the second part, or the third part here, so the last part, la télévision. So la télévision, that's what we will call complément, okay, because it's complement, it will complete the sentence here by giving some information. It's objet, it doesn't have anything to do because it's la télévision, okay, so it's not an object like that, but it's what we call grammatical object, okay, and we say that it's direct because you don't have any preposition between the verb and this complément, okay, so no preposition, so it's direct, okay. So why do we say that it's quite important to use les pronoms COD? Just because when you've got a question, so if someone is asking you, tu regardes la télévision, okay, the first option would be oui, je regarde la télévision. So of course it's possible to repeat, I mean, this part, la télévision, okay, but then if we're honest, then in most of the cases we won't repeat la télévision. In that case, we will use what we call pronounce, okay, just to avoid repeating this word, okay. So let's see these pronouns together. So as usual, we will have the difference between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural, okay. In that case here, we'll start with the masculin singulier. Masculin singulier will be first le, or then, as usual, if we've got a vowel coming after, the E will disappear, so it will be L apostrophe, okay? Le, or then L, like that, okay? If it's feminine, and at the singular form, so we're talking here about the third person of the singular, it will be la, or for the same reasons as previously, L apostrophe if you get a vowel after, okay. And then for the plural form, so here we're talking about the third person of the plural, then it will be les. Okay, so let's repeat them one more time. So for the masculine singular form, it's le. For the feminine singular form, it's la. Okay, and then if they are followed by vowels, then you take and a away, and then you get this l. Okay, and for the plural form here, it's les. All right, so let's see that in action now. So if you get the same question, tu regardes la télévision. All right, so now we've got all the elements. So we know that tu was the subject, regarde the verb, la télévision, complément d'objet direct, and that's the thing we want to replace. We don't want to repeat la télévision. Okay, so first, what do we need to do is first to spot the gender of the word. We know that la télévision is feminine. Okay, so we've got all the keys necessary. Oui, je la regarde. So, as I said a long time ago in a lesson, remember that in French, the pronouns, like this one for instance, are coming before the verb. So that's the reason why you will have this la here before the verb. Oui, je la regarde. Okay? Let's take another question. And here you've got tu vas regarder la télévision. So what's the difference between the previous question and this question? Well, this is, and we saw that in a previous lesson, I guess it was on this unit, so you can check it if you're not sure about that. That's what we call the futur proche, so the near future. Tu vas regarder la télévision, you are going to watch. Okay, so that's the near future. Tu vas regarder la télévision. Okay, and then here, if you look carefully, well, you've got two verbs. And that's the important thing here. So if you will have a structure with two verbs, and then you want to use a pronoun, this pronoun will come always before the second verb. Like here, oui, je vais la regarder. Okay? So I'm not telling you that it will come between the two verbs, because you can have many things between these verbs. Okay, so focus on this idea that it will come before the second verb. Oui, je vais la regarder. Okay, so we'll see that les pronoms complément d'objet direct can replace all the persons. So for the first person it will be me, second person it will be te, third person of the singular, so the one we saw, le for the masculine form, and then la for the feminine form. First person of the plural, nous, so basically it's quite easy to memorize this one, to remember it. Same thing here. Second person of the plural, vous. And then third person of the plural, les. Alright, so me, te, le, la, nous, vous, les. Alright? So we'll see now a few examples. So the first one, il me regarde. So if you want to say that he's looking at me, il me regarde. Okay, so remember, as I said previously, these pronouns are coming before the verb. Okay, il me regarde. Present form, only one verb, you just put it before. Il me regarde. Il te regarde. So he's looking at you. Il te regarde. Il le regarde. Il la regarde. He's looking at him, he's looking at her. Il nous regarde. Il vous regarde. Il les regarde. Okay, it's not that difficult when you try to remember. Well, first, of course, the pronouns, and then this idea that it will come before the verb. Well, honestly, it's not that tricky. Okay, I've been putting the same sentence, but then at this near future form. Okay, so just to show you, if you forgot it, that it should come before the second verb. Okay, so il va me regarder, so he's going to watch me, or to look at me. Okay, il va me regarder. Il va te regarder. Il va le regarder. Il va la regarder. Il va nous regarder. Il va vous regarder. Il va les regarder. Les pronoms COI. Okay, les pronoms COI. So, well, let's say that it's the second part of les pronoms CO, complément d'objet. Okay, so if you didn't watch the previous lesson, well, maybe it would be better to do so that you could understand maybe more clearly the whole thing. Okay, but then still we're starting right now. So, les pronoms complément d'objet direct. So, we'll start with une question, a question. Okay, so we'll see. It's a basic question. Okay, you get tu parles à ton frère. Okay, parler is to talk. Tu parles, you talk to your brother, à ton frère. Okay, so if we have a look at the elements in this sentence, the first part or the first element is tu, okay, and that's the subject of the sentence, tu, all right. Then the second element is parle, okay, and that's the verb. So it's ending like that because you've been conjugating this verb according to tu, okay, but it's a verb here. And then we've got this last part here, à ton frère. So that's what we call complément, so it will come to complete the sentence, okay, and it's objet, okay, so be careful, it's really what we call a grammatical object. So it's not an object, because in that case it's a good example because it's a person, okay, but then it's a grammatical object, and it's indirect because you've got this preposition à here, okay. So in the previous lesson we saw the direct ones, okay, they were without any preposition, okay, but then in this lesson it's indirect because you've got the preposition à here, okay, and it will change the things. So let's see the question. You can ask the question, so it's the same. Tu parles à ton frère, okay, and then the answer that you could give, of course, would be oui, je parle à mon frère. But let's say that in most of the cases in French, we won't repeat this à mon frère part, okay? We'd rather use pronouns just to avoid repeating this complément d'objet indirect, okay? So we'll see how they go. As usual in French, we will have the difference between the masculine form, the feminine form, and the plural form, okay? And here, just to start, we'll start with masculine singular, okay? Masculine singular form will be lui, okay? UI, lui, lui, all right? Féminin singulier, so feminine form and the singular form here, it will be lui. So it's quite easy to memorize, to remember, okay, because it is the same form for the masculine and the feminine form, okay? And then for the plural form, so third person of the plural, to be more precise, it will be leur. Okay, so masculine singular, third person of the singular, lui. Féminin singulier, feminine singular form, third person of the singular, lui. And then the plural form, third person of the plural, leur. Okay, let's see now the same question. Okay, tu parles à ton frère. Okay, and the idea in that case, of course, is to avoid repeating this part here, so complément d'objet indirect, and to replace it with the pronoun. Okay, so first we know that it's indirect because we've got the preposition here. We know here that it's masculine because it's brother. Okay, and then we've got the information here because it's ton. All right, so we've got all the elements just to reply using the pronoun. Oui, je lui parle. Okay, so the only thing you should really think about here is the position. So you should remember, as I said previously, that the pronouns in French will be placed before the verb. So, je lui parle. Oui, je lui parle. All right? And then we could have, well, basically the same question, but then this question would be like it is here at the near future. So if you didn't see the lesson regarding the near future, maybe it would be more useful for you to watch it, but still the near future, it's a way to construct the future, but at the present tense with the verb aller, to go. You are going to speak or talk, okay, to your brother. Okay, so you are going to, but then the important thing in that case is that you've got two verbs. Okay, you've got aller here, to go, and then you've got parler, to speak or to talk. Okay, and when you've got two verbs, then for the pronoun that you would like to use, you will have to put it just before the second verb. Oui, je vais lui parler. Okay, so I'm not telling you that it should be between, because that's the case here, but then between these two verbs you could put many things, okay, like adverbs or other things. Okay, so remember that this pronoun lui should be before the second verb. All right, so now we'll see these pronouns, but then for all the persons. Okay, for the first person of the singular, it will be me. Second person of the singular, te. Then third person, like we saw, so masculine and feminine, I only put one, so lui, because it's the same. First person of the plural, nous. Second person of the plural, vous. Third person of the plural, leur. Okay, me, te, lui, nous, vous, leur. All right, so let's see examples now. So he's talking to me. Il me parle. Okay, remember, me, and then before the verb, il me parle. He's talking to you. Il te parle. Il lui parle. I don't know why lui is still white. Well, maybe it was a mistake from my... Yeah, it is a mistake. It should be orange, but then still. Il lui parle. Okay. Il nous parle. Il vous parle. Il leur parle. All right? Il me parle. Il te parle. Il lui parle. Il nous parle. Il vous parle, il leur parle. Okay, so these examples are with one verb, okay, and then I've been rewriting the same sentence, but then at the near future, okay, with the two verbs, and then we can see how they go now. Il va me parler, he's going to talk to me. Il va me parler, so remember, you know, me before the second verb. Il va te parler, he's going to talk to you. Il va lui parler, he's going to talk to her, or he's going to talk to him, okay? Il va nous parler, he's going to talk to us. Il va vous parler, he's going to talk to you. Il va leur parler, he's going to talk to them, okay? Il va me parler, il va te parler, il va lui parler, il va nous parler, il va vous parler, il va leur parler. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon M. And in this lesson we'll see how to conjugate together le verbe vouloir. Vouloir means to want, and it belongs to the third group of verbs in French, so irregular. So that's the reason why I think it's quite good to see the conjugation at the present form together. So here it goes. Vouloir, first person, je veux. Final X not pronounced. Je veux. Tu veux. Final X not pronounced, the same form. Il veut. Final T not pronounced. Elle veut. Okay, so here, so far we've got one phonetical form, it's veut. Then for nous, classic ending, ONS, don't pronounce the S, just pronounce the on. Nous voulons. Nous voulons. Same thing here, classic ending EZ for vous, but then you pronounce it et. Vous voulez. Vous voulez. Vous voulez. And the last one, here, EU, and then ENT, classic ending, but then you don't pronounce it, so you get veulent, veulent. Ils veulent, elles veulent. Ils veulent, elles veulent. Okay, so let's repeat it one more time. Je veux, tu veux, il veut, elle veut, nous voulons, vous voulez, ils veulent, elles veulent. So that's it for this lesson. It was leçon M. Well, you can find more lessons right here. Imagier is the name of the channel on YouTube, and then more material can be found there at imagier.net. Have a great day. Au revoir. Le verbe savoir. Savoir means to know, and it's quite useful. And but then it is irregular, so it belongs to the third group of verbs. So it's quite good to see the way to conjugate it together. Okay, at the present form, and we'll see it right now. Okay, so let's start now. Je sais. Okay, final S not pronounced, and then you get this A-I, E. Okay, je sais, sais. Okay. Tu sais. Same form. Final S not pronounced. Tu sais. Il sait. Final T not pronounced. Elle sait. So one phonetical form so far. Nous savons. So classic ending for nous, O-N-S. You don't pronounce the final S. Nous savons. Nous savons. Okay. Then vous savez. Classic ending for vous, EZ, but then phonetically it's et. Vous savez. Savez. And then il. Here, classic ending for il and elle at the plural form, E-N-T. You don't pronounce it, so you get the sound savent. V-v-v-v, savent. Okay? Ils savent, elles savent. So let's see that one more time. Je sais, tu sais, il sait, elle sait, nous savons, vous savez, ils savent, elles savent. Il y a, so we saw it in a previous lesson quite shortly. So il y a means there is or there are. But then in French, we will have only one form, il y a. Okay? So let's see, for instance, here, a question. Est-ce qu'il y a un magasin dans le quartier? Okay? Est-ce qu'il y a? So, is there un magasin, a shop, dans le quartier, in the neighborhood. Okay? Est-ce qu'il y a un magasin dans le quartier? All right. So the answer would be oui, il est juste ici. Yes, it is right here. Oui, il est juste ici. Okay? So in that case, we've been using this il y a, there is, okay? Just because un magasin, well, it's singular. Okay, so it's basically there is a shop, there is something. Okay? Let's see now. Here, same thing. Il y a une piscine, a swimming pool, dans cette ville. Il y a une piscine dans cette ville. All right. So you can see that in the first example, I've been using this est-ce que. You remember we saw that previously that you can add if you want to ask a question, okay? Or then it's possible here just to keep the same order. There is, il y a, okay? Une piscine, a swimming pool, dans cette ville, in this town, okay? But then don't forget to raise your voice at the end because it's a question. Il y a une piscine dans cette ville? Il y a une piscine dans cette ville? Okay, just a little bit to make it clear that it's a question, okay? So answer, oui, elle est à côté de la mairie. À côté, remember it was next or near, okay? And then la mairie, city hall. Oui, elle est à côté de la mairie. All right? So in both cases here, il y a, just because it was masculin singulier, okay? And then here, il y a une piscine, féminin singulier. All right, and we'll see now the other option that we would have to ask correctly the question. So first, look at it. Il y a, actually, you should change the order and put it like that. And the way you will pronounce it is y a-t-il, y a-t-il. Okay, so that's the correct form to ask a question with il y a, so the formal form if you want. And then des toilettes, here it's the plural form, okay, toilets, okay. So it doesn't really change because it will stay il y a, okay, but then here, of course, the order is changing, so that's the reason why it can be a bit tricky to notify the fact that basically it doesn't change even if it's plural here, okay. Dans ce restaurant, in this restaurant. Y a-t-il des toilettes dans ce restaurant? Y a-t-il des toilettes dans ce restaurant? Okay, and then the answer, oui, elles sont juste à droite. Okay, droite, remember, it was on the right. À droite, on the right. Just on the right. Oui, elles sont juste à droite. Okay, so to resume the whole thing, remember this il y a will be used so for there is, so like here, un magasin, a shop, so it's the singular form, okay? Or then here as well, il y a, there is, une piscine, a swimming pool, but still it will be also used as like that, il y a, okay, or then in the other order here, for the plural form, okay? It doesn't change. So that's one interesting thing in French. For once, it's easy. It doesn't change. Il y a plus singulier or then il y a plus pluriel. Okay? We will discover together the passé composé form of the verb aller. Aller is to go. Okay? And remember that aller is one of the tricky verbs in at the passé composé form because it will use être and not avoir as most of the verbs. Okay, so that's the reason why here you will have the form je suis allé. Okay, and then you can make the liaison here. Je suis allé. Je suis allé. Tu es allé. Tu es allé. Il est allé. Il est allé. You've got this little liaison between the two. Il est allé. Feminine form. Elle est allée. Okay, so have a look here. Remember, If you don't know that already, then I would advise you to check the lesson on the passé composé that we did previously. Okay, so you've got to add this feminine mark at the end of your participe passé here, just because elle is feminine, and then you're using this être verb to construct the passé composé. That's the reason why. Phonetically, it doesn't exist. You don't pronounce it, so you get elle est allée, and then for the masculine form, il est allé. So aller is pronounced the same way, but still you have to write it. Okay. Same thing that if you get to put the plural form, then you will have to add this s mark of the plural at the end of your participe passé form here. Okay. Nous sommes allés. You don't pronounce it. Okay, but you write it. Nous sommes allés. Vous êtes allés. Vous êtes allés. Same thing here. You put it, but you don't pronounce it. And then here, masculine form. Ils sont allés. So masculine plural. You put this S. Ils sont allés. Little liaison between the two. Ils sont allés. Elles sont allées. Feminine and plural here. Okay, S, you don't pronounce them, but still you've got to write them. And then this little liaison here. Elles sont allées. Okay, so let me repeat the whole thing for you. Je suis allé. Tu es allé. Il est allé. Elle est allée. Nous sommes allés. Vous êtes allés. Ils sont allés. Elles sont allées. The passé composé form of the verb parler. Parler is to speak or to talk. Okay, so let's discover it right now. First person, j'ai parlé. Tu as parlé. Il a parlé. Elle a parlé. Nous avons parlé. Vous avez parlé. Ils ont parlé. Elles ont parlé. Alright? So remember, passé composé, you've got to use two parts. The first one, avoir in that case, and then what we call participe passé. This participe passé form, as you can see, doesn't change for all the persons. You will have to put avoir at the present tense here. Okay? J'ai parlé. Tu as parlé. Il a parlé. Feminine form, elle a parlé. Nous avons parlé, little liaison here, nous avons parlé. Vous avez parlé, same thing here, little liaison. Ils ont parlé, same thing here, ils ont. Elles ont parlé. Okay, so we'll just see one more time the passé composé form of finir. Finir is to finish or to end, okay, and let's see how it goes. J'ai fini. J'ai fini. Tu as fini. Tu as fini. Il a fini. Feminine form, elle a fini. Nous avons fini. Nous avons fini. Vous avez fini. Vous avez fini. Ils ont fini. Elles ont fini. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Remember, as we saw previously, you've got avoir here, and then you've got fini. So this participe passé form, the second form that you've got to add to construct the passé composé. And fini doesn't change. It's here all the time, and it's written the same way. Okay, j'ai fini. Tu as fini. Il a fini. Elle a fini. Nous avons fini. Vous avez fini. Ils ont fini. Elles ont fini. Les unités de mesure. Okay, so let's start. 1 millimètre. Les millimètres. 1 centimètre. Les centimètres. Un mètre. Les mètres. Un kilomètre. Les kilomètres. Un mètre carré. Les mètres carrés. Un litre. Les litres. Un gramme. Les grammes. Un kilo. Un kilogramme. Les kilos. Les kilogrammes. Les faux amis, so they look the same in English and in French, but then the meaning is different. Okay, so let's start now. And then the first one, it will be travailler. Travailler. Okay, remember when you get this I and then double L like that and a vowel. I. Travailler. Okay, travailler, and it means to work. Okay. Sympathique. Remember the H is not pronounced. Sympathique. Okay, and it means friendly, nice. Then rester. Rester. Regular verb from the first group, easy to conjugate. Rester, okay, and it means to stay, to remain. Then la monnaie. Monnaie, okay, final not pronounced. La monnaie, okay, and it means small change. Le magasin. Le magasin. Okay, remember you've got only one S between two vowels. Then you get the sound Z, alright? And then the ending here is IN, so it's nasal, it goes in your nose, and it's un. Magasin. Okay? And it's shop. Alright? Then, la librairie. Okay, remember, I here, librairie. Final not pronounced. La librairie. Okay, and it's a bookshop. Then, la journée. La journée. Final not pronounced. And it's day. Grand. Final day not pronounced. Okay, G-R, gr, gr, gr. And then the nasal en. Grand. Okay, and it means big or tall. Then, gentil. So remember this final L is not pronounced. Gentil. Gentil. And it's nice or kind. Then, attendre. Attendre. Remember, final you don't insist on it, it just gives you the possibility to pronounce the dr, dr. Okay, so attendre, attendre. Alright, and it's to wait. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon N. And in this lesson, we'll discover vocabulary regarding le corps humain. Le corps humain. So let's start now. La tête. La tête. L'épaule. L'épaule. Okay, so in that case I did put this F here just to indicate you that it's feminine, okay, because you cannot see it here with the article L, okay? L'épaule. La poitrine. La poitrine. Le tronc. Le tronc, okay, remember, final C is not pronounced here. Le tronc, okay? L'estomac. L'estomac, okay, same thing here, final C not pronounced, and then M means that this word, estomac, is masculine, okay? L'estomac. La hanche. La hanche. Remember, H here is not pronounced, so you get the sound en, hanche at the beginning. Le poignet. Le poignet. So this combination of ET at the end will basically open the sound, so you get poignet. Okay, remember, G-N, poignet, le poignet. La cuisse, la cuisse, double S, and then two vowels before and after. It will give you a really strong S sound, okay? Cuisse, cuisse, la cuisse. Le genou, le genou. La jambe, la jambe. Okay, remember, A-M, when you combine these two, basically it's just like A-N, so it's nasal and it's en. Okay, so you get la jambe. La cheville, la cheville. Remember, double L like that after I, y, cheville. Le pied, le pied. Le dos, final S not pronounced, okay? Le dos. Le cou, le cou. Le bras, same thing here, final S not pronounced, le bras. Le coude, le coude. So it's actually quite funny because the only difference between these two is this d at the end. Okay, so here in this one you've got le cou, okay, and then the second one here is le coude. Okay, remember you don't insist on this final e, it only gives you the sound of d at the end. Le coude, okay. Le nombril, le nombril. Le doigt de pied, le doigt de pied. La main, la main. So this combination A-I-N is quite interesting because it will give you the sound un. So it's really a nasal, it goes in your nose, okay? And it's un, main, la main. Le doigt, le doigt. Okay, so don't be frightened by this G because basically you don't pronounce it and then the final T you don't pronounce it. So the only thing you get to pronounce is this combination of three letters, sorry, here, D, O, I, okay? O, I, it's wa and then D, doigt. That's the only thing. Doigt, le doigt, okay? Le pouce, le pouce. L'ongle, l'ongle, okay, I forgot to write it, but it's masculine, okay, l'ongle. La peau, okay, remember this combination of three vowels, well, it's quite rare in France, but then, well, you can see it's, but then, so the sound that you will have to pronounce when you've got these three vowels combined together, it's the sound O. Okay, so really simple, O, okay, so you get la peau, okay, la peau. That's it. If you want more, then the address is here, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here. If you want to see more material, or then write me a beautiful letter or a mail. Okay, have a great day, bye-bye. Le visage, the face, so we just saw the human body previously, and so we'll continue with le visage, if that's okay with you. Let's hope so. So let's start now. Les sourcils, les sourcils. Okay, so it's quite strange because you get this LS at the end, but then, well, you don't pronounce them. Les sourcils. L'œil, l'œil, strange combination of vowels here, okay, and then you will get the sound and then y, œil, alright, and it's masculine by the way. Un œil, l'œil, okay. Plural form, les yeux, okay, so that's the tricky thing when you compare the singular form and the plural form, okay, so l'œil, singular, and then the plural, les yeux. Okay, you make this liaison between the two, les yeux. Okay, final X not pronounced. Les yeux. Les cils. Les cils. Final S not pronounced. Les cils. La joue. La joue. Final E not pronounced here. La joue. La gorge. La gorge. Okay, remember when you get this combination G and O, you get the sound go, go. Okay, so gorge. And then G and E gives J. La gorge. La gorge. Le front. Final T not pronounced. Le front. Okay, remember this nasal on, on. Le front. Le menton. Okay, same thing here. So you get two nasal. The first one here, en, and then the second one here, on. Le menton. L'oreille. Remember, when you get this I-L-L and then a vowel, it's y. L'oreille. Alright? And it's feminine, by the way. Une oreille, l'oreille. Le nez. So remember, when you get this combination, a Z here at the end of a word, it's E. Le nez. Le nez. La bouche. So remember, CH combined together will give you this sh sound. La bouche. Okay? La lèvre. Remember, accent grave here. Really open. La lèvre. La lèvre. La bouche. Again, I don't know why. Don't ask me. I was tired when I made this one. So, la bouche. One more time. La langue. Remember, when we've got this G and then U and then E, we get the sound G. Because when you combine this G and then E, remember it was the sound J. Okay, so you get to put this U between the two to get the sound G. So you get la langue. Langue. Okay? La dent. Final T not pronounced. La dent. Les cordes vocales. Les cordes vocales. So you can notice that as usual in French, you've got this mark of the plural at the end, S, and then S here as well, but you don't pronounce them, okay? Les cordes vocales. Indicateur de temps. So if you want to introduce some sentences or concept at the past, present, or future tenses, then you will have to use them. So let's start now with the past, le passé, okay? And then the first one is hier. Hier means yesterday, okay? Hier. So remember, this H here is not pronounced, okay? So hier. Then la semaine dernière, okay? So it's last week, okay? But then if you look carefully, we've got la semaine, so semaine means week, okay? And then dernière is coming after, okay? So la semaine dernière. And in that case, if you look carefully as well, you get dernière, so it's the feminine form, because la semaine, la is a feminine word. Okay, so la semaine dernière, last week. And then we get this autrefois, so it could be translated like in olden days or in olden times, okay? Autrefois, so A-U, autrefois, final S not pronounced, okay? Autrefois. Then for the present now, we've got aujourd'hui, means today, okay? So don't be afraid by this word because it looks a bit scary if you look at it like that, but take the time to, well, divide it. So the first one, A-U-O, jours, and then d'hui, okay? H is not pronounced, so you only get this d'hui thing. Aujourd'hui. Aujourd'hui. And it means today, okay? Then, cette semaine, okay? So we've got here what we call an adjective démonstratif, okay? This, cette, okay? And it's at the feminine form, cette, and then semaine, week, this week, cette semaine. All right? And then maintenant, okay? Normally we tend not to pronounce this okay? So we get this maintenant, maintenant, okay? Now. For the future now, we've got demain, and it means tomorrow. Demain, remember, when you combine this R-I-N, you get the sound un. Demain, demain, okay? Then, la semaine prochaine. So it's next week, okay? And as we had for the past tense here, we had la semaine dernière, okay? So last week, and dernière was coming after semaine, exactly the same concept. So you will have to put prochaine, so it's the feminine form here, after la semaine, okay? So next week, la semaine prochaine. And then bientôt, okay? Remember, you put this accent circonflexe, but you don't write it. You write it, but you don't pronounce it. And then the final T is not pronounced. Bientôt, okay? And then you could translate this bientôt as soon, okay? So something that will happen in the future. All right? So let's see them one more time. First one, hier. Second one, la semaine dernière. Then autrefois. Aujourd'hui, cette semaine, maintenant, or then maintenant, okay? Demain, la semaine prochaine, and then bientôt. L'expression de la quantité. So it's quite important, so I would like you to take a few minutes to watch carefully this video. And we'll start right now. L'expression de la quantité. So the first thing that we'll discover together, it's plusieurs. So plusieurs means several, okay? And so the way you will have to construct it is that after that you will have to add a noun, okay? But then keep in mind that it should be at the plural form, okay? So several, and then followed by a noun at the plural form. So let's see a few examples now. J'ai invité plusieurs amis. J'ai invité plusieurs amis. Okay, so remember, j'ai invité, so it's the past form of inviter, to invite. Okay, plusieurs, and then amis, friends. Okay, j'ai invité plusieurs amis. Second example, il y a, there is, plusieurs enfants, kids, dans le jardin, in the garden. Il y a plusieurs enfants dans le jardin. Okay? And then, elle a fait plusieurs gâteaux. So, faire here at the passé composé form. Plusieurs, faire, sorry, it means to do, okay? Plusieurs gâteaux, cake, okay? So, what you can see here is that ami here is with S, so it's the plural form, okay? Here, right after plusieurs, you've got enfant with S at the plural form, and then here you've got that gâteau with X, so it's the plural form. All right? So let's see now the second one. Quelques, you don't pronounce the final S here. Quelques means few, okay? And same thing as we had previously, you will have to add a noun at the plural form, okay? So let's see the first example. J'ai rencontré, rencontrer is to meet, so it's the past form. J'ai rencontré quelques collègues. J'ai rencontré quelques collègues. Okay, second example. Nous avons, so it's avoir, to have at the present form, quelques petits problèmes, petit, small, problème, problem, avec lui, with him. Nous avons quelques petits problèmes avec lui. Okay, and then the last example. Elle a mangé quelques bonbons. Oh, We get 2 dots here, I don't know why, but only one is enough. Elle a mangé quelques bonbons. Okay, so manger here is to eat, past form, and then bonbon, candies. So same thing here. If you look carefully, you've got collègue with S, so plural form. Okay, here it's quite interesting because we've got this adjective petit, small, little, but then it's still at the plural form with S, and problème at the plural form as well. Okay, and then bonbon here at the plural form with S as well. Okay, so now other possibility would be ne, and then aucun masculine form, or aucune feminine form. So no or not any. Okay, and after that you will have to put a name or a noun, sorry, at the singular form. Okay, so ne aucun, ne aucune, plus a noun at the singular form. Alright, so let's see the first example. Elle ne veut aucun conseil. Okay, so you can see here that it's elle ne veut, so she doesn't want. Okay, vouloir is to want. Aucun, so not any, no, and then conseil, it's advice. Okay, so elle ne veut aucun conseil. Other example, je n'ai eu aucun problème. Okay, so here, ai eu, so it's the verb to have at the passé composé form. Okay, je n'ai eu aucun problème. Problème, problem. So I didn't have any problem. Il ne fait aucune erreur. Il ne fait, faire is to do, and it's the present form, aucune erreur. Error is mistake. Alright? So if you look carefully here, you get ne and then aucun. Okay, so that's the masculine form because conseil is a masculine word. Here, it's quite interesting because as usual in French, when we've got this ne and then we've got a vowel after, so it can be quite tricky. So in most of the cases, this will disappear. Okay, so you take it away, but then still aucun is coming here. Alright, and then it's at the masculine form because problème is a masculine word. Alright, and then the last example, well, you've got the first part, ne, okay, not modified because faire starts with F, so no problem. But then here you've got this aucune, okay, aucune, so because erreur is a feminine word, so you will have to put this aucune. Alright, so let's proceed now. Un peu, or peu, and it means a few or few, okay? So will be constructed with la préposition de, so you will have to put this de after, and then you will have to put the noun without the article. Okay, so if you want to construct this sentence with a few or few, so remember, un peu or then peu, then don't forget to put this de, and the noun without the article. Okay? Then if you want to use this autant, it means as much. Same construction, you will have to put this de and the name, or the noun, sorry, without the article. Alright, so as much, we use this autant de and the noun without the article. Alright? If you want to use moins, moins means less. Same thing here, you will have to use de after and the noun without the article. Alright, so remember, less, in French it's moins, de, and the noun without the article. If you want to use plus, more, okay, in some cases you will have to pronounce it plus, okay, so you will see that a bit later. De, and then the noun without the article. Alright, remember, more, plus, or then plus, de, and the noun without the article. If you want to use beaucoup, beaucoup means a lot of. It looks a bit strange, huh? Beaucoup, like that. Remember, you don't pronounce the final P, okay? And then you get this combination of vowels, E, A, U, and you get the sound O. So technically it's beaucoup, okay? So it's not difficult to produce orally. Beaucoup, a lot of, okay? Same construction, you will have to put de after, and then the noun without the article, okay? A lot of, beaucoup de, and the noun without the article. If you want to use trop, and trop means too many, okay? Then you will have to put de and the noun without the article, okay? Remember, too many, trop, don't pronounce the final P. Trop, de, and the noun without the article. All right? And then assez. Assez means enough, okay? Assez. Remember, two vowels here, a and then e, and then double s, so it's really strong, the s. Assez, assez, okay? Assez, so same construction, de, and the name, or the noun without the article. Okay, so enough, assez de, and the noun without the article. Well, we'll see few colors, les couleurs, okay, so not all the colors because we're just starting, okay, so let's see what we've got. Blanc, blanche, okay, so I wanted to put for each color the masculine form here and then the feminine form here, okay, so here, masculine, blanc, don't pronounce the final C, and then blanche. Okay, remember when you combine this CH, you get the sound sh, blanche. Okay, so blanc, blanche. Noir, noir. So it's quite funny because you will have to add this E at the end of noir for the feminine form, but then you don't pronounce it. Okay, so phonetically it is exactly the same. Noir, noir. Okay? Gris, don't pronounce the S, but then for the feminine form, grise. Remember? Grise. Alright? So when you add this E, basically it gives you the pronunciation or the possibility to pronounce the previous letter here. It's Z. Grise. Alright? So gris, masculine form, feminine form, grise. Bleu, bleu. So same thing that we had for noir, you just add this E at the end, but then you don't pronounce it. Bleu, bleu. Alright? So let's see them one more time. Blanc, blanche. Noir, noir. Gris, grise. Bleu, bleu. Okay? So let's continue. Bleu foncé. Bleu foncé. Okay, so foncé, this adjective, well, basically it will be like dark. Okay, bleu foncé. Bleu clair. So same thing here. This clair adjective is like light. Okay, bleu clair. Jaune. Okay, so it will be the same at the masculine and the feminine form. Jaune. Jaune. Rouge. So same thing here, same form for the masculine and the feminine. Rouge. Remember, G-E, je. Rouge. Vert. So masculine form, don't pronounce the final T. Vert. Feminine form, verte. So listen carefully. I don't say te, but it's t. Verte. Verte. Okay, so as usual, this final E only gives you the possibility to pronounce this t. Verte. Okay? Marron. Same thing for the masculine and the feminine form. Marron. les verbes impersonnels. So they are really useful and it's quite important to see them. And so we'll focus on 3 verbs. The first one, être, to be. Second one, faire, to do. And the last one, avoir, to have. Okay? And so the important thing with this concept or this idea, les verbes impersonnels, is that, well, you will see in the examples, they are not connected to a person, and that's the main concept. So even if in French we use this il, so the pronom personnel il, okay, technically if you want to translate that directly in English, it would be translated by it, okay, but then in French we use this il instead of it, okay. So let's see now for être, for instance. So if you use this il est, you will use this structure if you want to talk about the time, okay. For instance, we've got the first example here. Il est tard. Tard is late, okay. So il est tard, it is late. Il est tard, okay. So even if we use this il, so it doesn't have the concept of he as normally we have, okay. It's really this impersonal form, okay. And then il est tôt, it is early, okay. Same thing, that's the reason why we use this il form when we put when we give the time, okay. Il est 12 heures, or then il est midi, 12 hours, okay. And then this midi, it's noon, okay. So il est 12 heures, il est midi, all right. Second example is faire, and then it's really useful to use this faire. So il fait, if you want to talk about the weather, pour parler du temps, okay, pour parler du temps. So for instance, il fait chaud, okay, chaud, warm, hot, okay. So il fait chaud. So if you want to say it is hot, it is warm, then that's the structure you will have to use. Same thing if you want to say that it is cold, okay, froid is cold, il fait froid, okay. Il fait chaud, il fait froid. All right? And then if you want to talk about the weather, okay, in that case it's beau, okay, it's a nice weather. Il fait beau. Okay? The opposite, mauvais, bad. Il fait mauvais. All right? Il fait chaud, il fait froid, il fait beau, so it's a beautiful weather. Il fait mauvais, it's a bad weather. Okay, and the last one, avoir. Avoir, so if you, well, we did introduce that a little bit earlier, but then this il y a structure is quite useful because you can, well, situer dans l'espace, parler du temps, parler de l'heure. So if you want to locate into space, say where things are, or then parler du temps, talk about the weather, or then parler de l'heure, talk about the time. So that's the structure you will have to use, this il y a, il y a. Okay, so let's see one example. Il y a un parc ici. Okay, so there is a parc ici, here. Il y a des nuages, clouds. Il y a des nuages. So even if we've got this il y a, okay, remember that it can be for the singular or then it can be for the plural as well. So this a won't change. Il y a des nuages. Il y a du soleil, sun. Il y a du soleil. So there is sun. Il y a de la neige. Snow. Il y a de la neige. Okay? And then, if you want to talk about the time or a period, il y a 15 ans. So in that case, it's quite interesting because when we use this il y a 15 ans, technically it's 15 years ago. So this il y a will mean ago. Il y a 15 ans, j'ai voyagé en Chine. Okay, voyager is to travel. You've got the passé composé form here. En Chine, in China. Il y a 15 ans, j'ai voyagé en Chine. So let's see them one more time. Il y a un parc ici. Il y a des nuages. Il y a du soleil. Il y a de la neige. Il y a 15 ans, J'ai voyagé en Chine.